Alright, so, here we are. Now, you might be wondering, wait a second, it's Sunday. We haven't had DDO in a Sunday in a while. Usually it's the break, in the middle of different games from the 40 Years of Gaming's history series that we've been doing. And that would be correct. That is what would normally be happening today. However, I stayed up too late playing Half-Life last night on stream, and then I didn't sleep well, and then I didn't eat well, and then I was tired and I took a nap, and I woke up like 10 minutes before stream. And when you wake up 10 minutes before stream, you don't have time to do all of the necessary checks that you need for a new game that might be older and misbehave a bit, to get it properly configured for stream. Whereas DDO, I've got that on lock. I've got this configured and ready to stream at all times. So, we're going with DDO because it's what we had ready, and because I am still a bit tired. It's a lot easier for me to do as my chill comfort game than to try to figure out a whole new game. So, it is DDO for tonight. And what are we going to be doing with DDO tonight? Well, we are level 18. We played some off stream. We turned in all of our sagas already. So we are at rank 93. So we will be hitting cap. Then we'll probably grab Epic Destiny stuff and run like one quest just to kind of feel what it's like at cap, even though it's definitely not how it actually feels at cap. And after that, we're gonna TR. TR into what? I don't know, because we have not planned fully. But we will be reincarnating tonight, and we can talk about what we're planning on reincarnating into while we're doing all that reincarnation stuff where we figure out our inventory. So, what did we get? We need to sell some stuff, but for now, we'll grab quests. I'm gonna finish out in Wayloon. It's usually where I finish out if I'm a little bit behind. I don't know. Let's see. We need 3 ranks. I don't know exactly if this is going to be enough for 3 whole ranks, but we'll figure out in a second. And let's open that up so we don't miss any things. Oh, you know what else I need to check? I almost forgot I needed to do this. So, there's a problem we ran into yesterday with audio. And the problem is, well, Windows decided to reset my mic sensitivity. And with that, it makes me wonder if other parts of my settings were messed with. So in order to test that, we are going to test if the alerts are actually going to alert me properly. Fake follower, go. Okay. It does work correctly. Very good. So hopefully I don't miss anything. I did miss a redeem last week because I was not paying attention. And it's like, bad streamer. Bad. You need to always be paying attention. And sometimes we fall short of our goals, and that's okay. We just look at what happened and we try to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. In this case, what happened was it was a redeem that doesn't have a sound associated with it. And I was playing one of the older games that really messes with resolution, and therefore, if I can't hear it, I need to see it. But because it messed with resolution, I didn't have the part open and visible on stream that would let me see it. So there are 2 solutions here that I need to probably do both of just in case. One of them is I probably just need to add sound to that redeem anyway. And the other one is that I need to rearrange things for those sorts of games that are going to mess with my resolution so that I can still see things that happen like that. So instead of, it's just like, well, I didn't hear it and I didn't see it. We can try to resolve both of those problems at the same time and see what happens. So let's see. We have 4 points left because we like just took level and we didn't spend them yet. So where do they go? 4 points is not enough to get us up to more magical attunement, sadly. So we can't get a new tier in Feydark. So that's not that useful. Vistani's not going to do anything for us. This isn't going to do anything for us. We can just make our metamagics even more efficient. And I guess we'll do that. What is this? Enlarge. Maximize again? That's got to be a bug, right? Why can I pick maximize again? Also, it says I have 3 action points to spend. I can double pick maximize. But then I can't put more ranks in it because I don't have enough enhancements. That's definitely not right. So we'll just pick quicken like we're supposed to. Yes. Okay, so now our spells with all the meta magics on them. It's just like, okay, chain missiles. It's going to cost 40 spell points, which is a lot. It's 25 more than base, but you have to keep in mind it has 4 extra things on it. It has empower, enlarge. So enlarge is 10, quicken is 10, empower is 15, and maximize is 25. So that's 10, 10, so that's 20, and these together are 40. So plus 60 spell points. So 15 plus 60 is 40, which just goes to show how much the efficiency points are going to be helping us out. So instead of 75, it is 40, so we're still paying a little over half the cost. And we're going to start with friends in low places and see what we can do from there. I guess I can bring Force Missile out onto bars. I don't know exactly where I would stick it, but we're sticking it right where we stuck it. It's another single target spell to throw in rotation. Not that we necessarily need to throw it in rotation, but... Wait, did we ever spend our Reaper points for 17? We did. Okay.
Innocent Wayloon natives made these drainage tunnels into their refuge when the prison was built. Now, their safe haven has been shattered. Slaughtered corpses lie scattered near the tunnel entrance, and a lone survivor of the massacre calls to you.
Turn that audio up slightly.
A lone dog mourns its fallen master. Its piercing howls keep the nearby a screechy voice.
That balance looks about right.
You lot take this tunnel. The rest of you go the other way.
Hi. There we go. Now we don't have the higher cores because, well, we multi-classed, so we can't get our last core until 20. go. Now, one problem with this quest is that we do suffer from, well, what we've suffered from this entire life, which is that we don't have super strong AoE. We have okay AoE, but it's not very big, I'll say. So we have it, but it's not huge circles. It's only smallish circles.
The woman's life ebbs away, her frantic warning consuming the last of her strength. If you act now, you may be able to prevent further massacres at the other camps.
Yeah, like, the fact that when we hit that thing, it only hit that one and not the ones next to it is because the radius is too low. They need to be really grouped up for it to land. The good news is that even when things do decide that they're going to not line up, we have lots and lots of single target spells to rotate through. So it's not a problem.
The Elder thanks you for protecting the camp. We will be safe now.
Oh, right. And we are affected by poison because we did not properly turn on Embrace Death. And there we go. We got our crest. And we move.
A strange glow suggests that there's something unusual about the corridor ahead.
I never quite figured out what's up with the line of sight here. It's like, it's blocked. It's like, it definitely isn't. And I think this is one of those quests that your trapping bonus gets messed up by the fact that the mobs put down the little temporary traps. Did I switch helms? I did switch helms. I was like, wait, that guy froze. I know I was considering switching helms in order to have the freeze chance.
The bat crest on the ground may be of use in
But turns out it's not that effective. It must be on spellcast, not on like a per missile chance, because I'm not seeing that many freezes come through.
More criminals drop down right in the middle of the camp. As the gate defenders fall, the criminals force the gates open and pour into the camp.
Yeah, this gate's defenders fall like instantly. So we're just going to be over here tabbing through our single target spells.
As the gate defenders fall, the criminals force the gates open and pour into the camp.
At least if they group up a little more, then we get to take advantage of our very small AoE. Alright, where are the others? That was the wrong button, but it's okay. As you can see, we are durable enough that it doesn't matter. We just kind of win eventually. Also, we got help in that our other party member got here, so. Why did... Oh, I hit the wrong button. I tried to target that person, but I accidentally targeted myself instead, which is unfortunate. I tried to hit F2 to target, and I was off by 1, so I hit F3, so I was still targeting myself. And what I haven't done this life is I haven't ever gotten my red scrolls out of the bank. So that's unfortunate. Or wait, did I? I did not. I just have D-door scrolls.
You are nearing an exit. Yet, with the breeze
So,
comes a pungent reptilian smell.
Would it be faster to take them to a shrine to get them back? Or would it be better if I just went to the end? I don't think there's a shrine between here and the end. I always forget where the shrines are in this quest.
A commanding voice calls out. Harvest Hall. The leader of these thugs calls out to you.
Where's my brother and sister? Did you crash them?
So this is a change within the last, I want to say, year or so. The fact that she is immune when her ads are alive is quite new, in fact.
You took their lives. I'll take yours. Blood for blood.
Athea attacks with renewed vigor as she is joined by reinforcements.
There we go.
More of Athea's lackeys join her fight as she cries out.
I'll have my
Here we go. Oh, I wasted spells because I thought this one was dead.
The head of the criminals crumples to the ground. My family.
So, do we get a shrine here?
Bumpkins, she gasps. You've routed the criminals and ended their scheme to destroy the Wayloon natives. The leader of Harvest Hall motions you over.
I don't know,
eager to speak with
scrolls.
you.
I think there's a shrine here. Maybe a shrine spawns.
You are welcome to use Harvest Hall as a place to rest and recover from now on.
I probably should have backtracked to bring him to a shrine. It'd be easier for... Well, yeah, there's the shrine. The shrine's right here. But that doesn't help because I can't bring his ghost out of the quest with me.
Spend the day at Harvest Hall. Its inhabitants claim that they have nothing to do with either the Shah worshippers or the
Alright,
rebels.
around we go.
Yes, they know nothing
So yeah,
of the relic I'm
by
after.
not resing him, he doesn't get loot. I mean, he still gets the XP, which is nice and all, but... Yeah, I probably really should have brought him to a shrine.
Your allies meet you just inside the entrance to the crumbling.
Of course, we could have avoided this problem entirely
Able to learn who's been
if I was doing things correctly, and, well,
building. Then, a
actually...
voice calls out.
What kind of fools do you take?
Oh, hi.
A child would see that the magistrate sent you. It's time to teach you a lesson.
Oh, that's Fear Reaper.
Still alive?
Exclaims the voice in the rafters.
Good.
Shrine outside, yes.
Start the lesson. Find another way out of this warehouse.
Yeah.
A voice calls to you from a nearby
Right,
rooftop.
where...
This isn't over. In fact, It's only begun.
Useful.
While you
There we go.
were busy fighting,
But where were
I
we?
captured your fellow
Alright, yes.
spies.
We are going through here.
Want to see your friends again? Well,
That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that. Yes.
don't
Excellent.
delay.
Says the voice.
If you waste my time, your friends
So yeah, this quest has a lot of these groups in it. Groups that would be way easier to handle if we had some more reliable AoE.
they fight each other. And only the
Particularly, they have groups like that where you must kill them in order to advance.
Taunts the mysterious
As you might have noticed, the gate didn't open until the guy died. Off we go.
A sudden blast blocks your path.
not that way.
Alright, maybe I can get you all to group up with these guys a little bit.
In mind.
These narrow back alleyways are full of dead ends. Hidden somewhere in this maze is
Give my
Alright,
regards to
off we go.
folk.
Come on.
shouts a
There we
distant
go.
voice. The only way forward appears to be through these foul-smelling drainage tunnels.
Where are y'all going? I don't know what they were attacking over there. But it apparently wasn't me.
A desperate man calls from the end of the alley.
Help! Help! They're killing me!
Yet if you stop to help, it may endanger an ally.
Okay, are we... Stop that.
Voice echoes from a nearby rooftop.
Very noble and very pointless. You save a life, I take a life.
Oh, interesting. They're doing optionals, which are usually not what you want to do in this quest. Actually, you know what? I don't know how it evens out. You give up loot if you do it, but I didn't care about loot in here in the first place, so maybe it is better to do it that way. I wonder what the balance is like. Like, if you do a bunch of these optionals, is it like, oh, you don't get as much loot, but you get more XP? Also, why did the lever not work?
As the lever unlocks the drain, the lizard men pour out of the darkness.
There we go. So we have failed the optional to keep all of our allies alive. Although the quest doesn't say we have, which is interesting. Sometimes quests will actually say as soon as you fail a quest. And sometimes they don't. It's just you never get the optional. Like, it would have completed when you got to the end, but because you didn't do it, then you just don't get it. Use lever. You know what? They have the other wings, so let's match.
Do you understand that? The prisoners, the magistrates, they're all our puppets.
There we go.
So are you. We decide what happens here. Waylon belongs to Shire.
We're just killing
Voice
stuff.
continues as you climb onto the roof.
You're almost there. Shire brought you to me, so you can play your part in her class.
Wait, why did we get the sound of traps being disarmed? I didn't disarm any traps. There we go. Picking out these.
The mysterious voice is much
There we
closer.
go. Now we're down a little bit on spell points, but
As
we
you reach
should
the
be
rooftop,
fine.
The voice calls out once again.
We meet at long last.
You could ladders hit the rooftop, and the priest's minions swarm up, ready for battle. Knock the ladders down to help even the odds.
And we just burst him down.
Now that the priest is dead, you should rescue any of your allies that still
Not
live.
bad. So we were complaining a little bit earlier about how we don't have good AoE.
As you open the cage,
That's
take a
fine
moment
though.
to remember the
We make up for
allies
it with
slain by the
having
mad priest.
pretty significant single target if we can just rotate through all of our spells. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when we take 20 and we get our Shirati mantle and we just go into one quest and see what happens as we spam that. Now, why Shirati mantle? It's like, well, it's tradition for magic missile spammers. Do I know if it's actually the best one to use as Arcane Trickster? No, I haven't looked at any sort of meta or builds or anything of that nature.
I've seen strange
But it makes sense. Shirati is supposed to support Force casters and
A strange
has a lot of percent chance on hit stuff, so
touches your stomach.
you want stuff that hits a bunch of times that does Force, and that's magic missiles.
The world around you has changed. It's become a shadow of
There we
where
go.
where the streets are hollow and the darkness almost feels alive.
R2, because that's what we're on.
The Netherese standing
And
at the
off
door
we
waves
go.
you in.
But I suppose that it is about time that we should be thinking, it's like, okay, well, what do we want to reincarnate into?
This must be the shade who commands
Well,
the
let's just
Netherese
take a quick look at our past life feats. Racial, Dhampir. This will be our third Dhampir life. So we're not going to be doing another racial life on Dhampir like we have the last couple lives. Which means we have options. We could go with an iconic life. We could go for a class life, maybe, if we wanted that. But it's probably going to be
The
iconic.
shade vanishes back into its tower retreat. You
I
might
forget
learn how to
which
reach
races I haven't done yet. Go. Good enough. But I will need to double check which iconics I still haven't done.
being disturbed.
Like, I could do Purple Dragon Knight. Like, that could be useful because we only have one of those right now, which means our haste boost, or our like, group sprint boost, just isn't very good right now. So, we could upgrade that. But I don't necessarily want to do that because that means finding all of my caster gear. And I don't want to mess with finding caster gear. Sorry, I have caster gear. I don't want to mess with searching for melee gear. So let's see. I had this written down at some point, and then I moved it into the builder. So we can explore it in the builder as it comes up. But
A large drawbridge.
where
blocks the way.
are
This must be
our
the way
iconic lives
Kruger
sitting?
spoke of.
Because our iconic lives are going to be a little weird in that I think most of them are gonna have to be weird builds, or weirder builds, I should say. Because, and I say that because I think the classes that Iconics start with are all classes that I already have full past lives on, so I will need to swap them to something else. That said, I will revisit that assumption, because I'm not super confident in it. So we'll look through our past lives and be like, okay, alright. What do we have for Iconics? It's like, well, do we do our Asmar Scourge? Yes, we have full stacks of that. How about Blade Forge? Well, we still need a Blade Forge. But needing a Blade Forge is a little awkward because if we look at Paladin, it'll be like, okay, well, look at our heroic past lives, look at Paladin. We already have 3 Paladin lives, so we need a non-Paladin Blade Forged life. Or, you know, not primarily Paladin. Or, you know, we do Paladin anyway and we waste, quote-unquote, the past life. But I don't feel like doing that. I want to actually see what we can do about multi-classing things, because I find that more interesting. It's like, could I build something more simple and more optimal? Yes. But kind of trying to make something a little weirder work is fun for me. So we're going to try to do that.
This must lead to the shade. The Shade General turns to greet you.
It's like,
Braver than the usual sword fighter Cormier sends against us.
we'll open that up.
You are just as bad. Don't you understand? You do not
We'll open up the builder on the side so I can look at this, so I can talk about it intelligently.
face an entire
Not like super intelligently, but talk about it and actually reference classes that we do have left to do.
but I can see it's no use trying to discuss
I'm gonna bite you.
foot soldier.
Stop being immune so I can bite you.
You do understand.
Bite.
The fight.
The Shade breaks off his attack.
Oh, not enough burst to kill him.
The Shadowfell, sir.
If your party has enough burst, you can skip this phase entirely. Like, you could just kill him and the quest will complete, and then you can, like, Dimension Door out. Oh no, 10,000 health. Whatever will I do? And it's gone.
I do not believe.
The dying Shade seems untroubled by his defeat.
One general has lost,
Alright,
but Netheril will win this.
excellent.
Or did you think that Wayloon was our only front?
Oh god,
There are.
the light mode, it burns us.
Before you can question him further, the General slips into shadow forever.
Ah yes, and now the lag section, which is not as bad as it used to be. This specific run through the wilderness used to be like slideshow levels of lag. Just full on, like, not like instead of frames per second, you're talking like seconds per frame sort of lag. I went the wrong way. But they did a fix for this specifically a couple years back, and are just like, we made the lag better. And it did. It was much, much, much better.
Fresh corpses line the walls, all of them Wayloon prisoners,
Karlev has gone too far.
says the Netherese wizard.
He's become unpredictable.
Okay, let me just make sure that my builder template thing here is accurate. Alright, Alchemist. We have 2 of those.
Your kind will never understand.
responds the Shadar Kai.
Heroic past lives. We only have one wizard. We only have one wizard.
Because he must. Wait.
That doesn't seem right. I think I've loaded the wrong build file, and then it doesn't have the right stuff in it. We will explore that at our leisure after we hit level 20.
Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest. Searching the clutter.
You know, when he
reveals
died to
nothing of
not
interest.
having freedom of movement, I kind of assumed that I was going to have to carry more, but
You discover a
he's
key
doing
while searching
pretty
the
well on
clutter.
his own, thank you very much. He does not need my help. He's a strong,
Searching the
independent
clutter
warlock.
reveals nothing of interest.
Who does plenty of damage. He just forgot to have freedom of movement on. I also forgot to have freedom of movement on, so we are alike in that way. Of course, I can swap to it so I don't get completely locked up
Down below, the
by
Shadar Kai
any random
commander
trap,
addresses a
but still.
terrified prisoner.
I really did like you, you know. It pains me to think.
Alright,
how
where are our
we
iconics?
torn apart.
Alright,
You've saved
talk to
the
you.
poor captive from being mauled
Just a
by
tiny
the
bit of extra XP. There we go.
Carleth calls to you from behind the safety of a grate.
You must be the one who killed
Alright,
my
Blade Forge. We have 2 of those.
Now, perhaps you think you can kill
Deep
more?
Gnome.
Good. It will make me feel.
Okay. Wait, I don't have any Dark Bargainer? I could have sworn I did Dark Bargainer lives. Like, I know I did Dark Bargainer lives. Why are they not showing up in my Iconic Past lives? Like, I think I did 3 of them.
You thought you saw one of the gargoyles move.
Or... Because I'm like... I know that I did Warlock lives, I'm pretty sure as Dark Bargainer specifically, like using their iconic tree. Oh. There we go. Just shadows, not the boss. Alright. We get remnants. We get the key. We get more remnants. We get bonus XP for killing shadows.
The door is
Everything's
locked.
going
One
well.
of the Shadar Kai who guard this area must have the key. Carleth stands before another prisoner trapped in a cage,
You were my favorite.
says the Shadar Kai.
I can't bear to
I know he
think
was your
what
favorite.
happened to you. My despair will be exquisite.
Carleth moves to attack, his face a twisted mixture of rage and joy.
Oh.
Carleth lashes out with his spiked chain. The Shadar Kai commander will no longer inflict his cruel whims on Wayloon's inhabitants. His hunt for thrills has ended.
Oh, gotta love crowd control. I don't bring any to the table, but our warlock friend here, they bring lots. Because they are Fey Pact, which means they have Disco Ball. If you're wondering, it's like, wait, that's a warlock. Why do they have Disco Ball? It's like, well, it's one of their pact spells for being Fey Pact.
You've saved the captive from Karleth's deadly devices.
And then I turn these in so that we can go do Mirror. And Mirror should easily cap us. So we've planned this out exactly correctly. Because that's definitely something that we planned. Alright. I'm gonna go grab a Mirror Darkly, and we'll see what we can do about things. Because we only need like 30,000 XP, and Mirror should give that much. I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm misremembering and thinking of like how much it gives in epics, but how much it gives in epics, I'm pretty sure it gets into the 100,000 territory. The gate should still be open, even though we both zoned out. Excellent. So, away we go. Just in case. Boom, extra 1,000 XP. Just in case. Leave me alone. I want to get back on my horse so I can jump over that. Do you need to be on a horse to jump this? You do not. But you need enough jump skill. So I could have either gotten on a horse, because being on a horse gives you extra jump, or I could get to cast the jump spell on myself. That's the other option. Alright, Mirror. And I like the route that goes around the right-hand side. So we come in here, we go through here. We get attacked. We don't get attacked.
A nearby shadow orb resonates with magic. You should gather any more to find.
Alright. So, here are the guys that should have attacked us earlier. Alright. A little bit of server lag. Never hurt anybody. There we go. All the way to the end.
A barrier of magical shadows blocks this doorway. There has to be another way around it. An aura of magic emanates from the light orb. You should gather any more you find.
Grab them, grab them. Bop that person. I keep forgetting that spell point drain is a thing that arcane tricksters have. I don't know how relevant it is the thing. Because I got it fairly late into the process because of my multi-classing. At which point I already had just so much reduction on my metamagics. But maybe it's good for... I don't know. Maybe it's not for caster builds. Like maybe caster builds that are gonna have all the int anyway don't need it. And it's for hybrid builds so that you can actually be hybrid, like cast spells as a melee geared for melee. But if you're melee geared for melee, then why you casted spells in the first place? Alright, we get the orb. We switch sides again. Oh, no, there she is.
before you can deliver the final
Excellent.
blow,
And she's dead.
Lorelei deliberately falls on her dagger. The
I don't know why I thought I needed to swap back and forth between light and shadow. You do not. That's the last fight, not the mid-fight, optional fight. I call it optional because you can just grab the orb and leave. You don't need to kill her. You don't need to kill the beholder down there either, but some people do for the extra XP. As we said earlier, we do kind of expect to be over cap here. So we're not too concerned. Actually, let's check that. Yeah. Adventure is expected to give us 36k, and we only need 32. And also, that particular readout, like this one here, doesn't actually take all of your bonuses in. So, or at least it doesn't take all of my bonuses in. I forget which ones it doesn't count, and if, like, everyone has those particular ones. But there are many that there are some that it doesn't take into account, and therefore we will actually get even more XP. So we will be very safely over cap. Think this way first. I forget if I'm supposed to be here. I'm missing one upstairs. And a lot of Reapers. Although I guess we did go for R2, and theoretically there should be more Reapers on higher skulls.
Now that you have all of the shadow orbs, place them on their pedestals to grant further access to the Nexus.
Honestly, having something like the Warlock here is really nice, because a lot of the spells for me at this point in the game are, I'm not one-shotting things anymore, but I'm bringing everything very low. So having something like the Warlock here, who can cast tentacles and is just kind of chain blasting away at everything, just like, oh, everything just kind of dies now because I bring it low and then they can finish it off. It's very convenient like that.
Place the light orbs on their pedestals to grant further access to the Nexus.
Oh, and he's doing things like cast Arcane Storm, which is like, yeah, he doesn't need me to bring him low. He can just straight up kill him himself. Alright. So we come here. Place all of the orbs.
You take a quick glimpse into your mirror. A bridge of
And we gaze into the mirror.
formed inside the Shadowfell. These light pedestals are dormant, but still radiate a subtle magical aura. The barrier of light disappears, allowing you
And
to
up we
proceed.
go. Alright, and we're going to keep this open for the fight, so that we can swap back and forth even if we're getting hit.
Odds. You've certainly done a better job of damaging my operation than this fool of a cat burglar.
We're going to bite you though. I keep forgetting to bite things, but
Destroy you.
I'm definitely going to bite you. Bite.
Tivorus laughs as he draws a protective spell around himself.
Simpletons. My sorcery allows me to exist in both light and shadow at once. I can easily deal with you and continue to maintain the Shadowfell Nexus at the same time.
Tivorus falls.
How goes it? It goes pretty well. This should get us cap. And then it's time to figure out our TR thing.
And the Shadowfell.
There we go. Yeah, we wasted like 14,000 XP. It's fine. Excellent. But yes, we are playing DDO earlier in the week than we usually would. Because, no, Epics? No, this is just a, this is a racial life. It is my third Dompier racial life, so we'll get another racial point out of it, too. So, we're probably going to do Iconics next. But, for now, I need to try to open... I don't know where my template is, so we'll make sure this one is accurate. So, we're just going to check our past lives here for a second. Alright, epic past lives. Alright. Yes. Alright, 3 times, 3 times, 3 times, 3 times, 3 times. There's one in here that I think I might not have all of. Let's see. Double shot, double strike, eclipse power. Alright. Eclipse power we only have 2 times. Chant weapon is 2. Fast healing, fortification. Power over life and death. Skill mastery, and chat damage. Alright, so there's only one of them that we were missing on there. Then heroic past lives. Alright, alchemist, 2. Arcane Initiate. Only 1, apparently. Oh no, here it is. Wizard acquired 3 times. Okay, yeah. Right. Artificer, once. Barbarian, once. Bard, 3 times. Storm Singer, 0 times. I think. Yeah. Spellslinger, 0 times. Cleric, twice. Dark Apostate, once. Druid, once. No Blightcasters. Because I've played Blightcaster, but I've actually never gotten a class life out of it. I've gotten like racials and stuff out of it. Yeah, 1 point. It is pretty massive. So, favorite soul, only 1. Fighter, 2 fighter lives, but no Dragon Lord lives yet. Monk, 3 monk lives. Paladin, 3. Sacred Fist, 1. Ranger, 3. Dark Hunter, 0. Rogue, 3. Sorcerer, 2. So, Rogue, 3. Arcane Trickster, 0. Sorcerer, 2. Wild Mage, 3, I think, because I did my Iconics. Yeah. And then Warlock, 3. Acolyte of the Skin, 0. And then Wizard, 3. Alright, racial. Alright, we're gonna do Iconics next, I guess. Alright, Asmar Scourge, 3. Blade Forged, 2. I could have sworn that I did Dark Bargainer lives. Maybe I'm just completely misremembering things. Deep Gnome, 2. Chaosmancer, 3. Morning Lord, 1. PDK, 1. Shader Kai, 3. Trailblazer, 3. Shifter, 0. Shader Kai, 3. Trailblazer, 3. Scoundrel, 3. Okay. Racials. Alright. Asmar, 3. Dompier, about to be 3. Dragonborn, 3. Drow Elf, 3. Dwarf. Eladrin. 0. Elf 3. Gnome 3. Half elf 3. Half orc. We got those. We got halflings. We got humans. Do we have shifters? We do have shifters. We have shifters. We have tabaxi. We have tiefling, and we have warforged. Okay. So the only racial we're missing right now is Eladrin. And then... So we can either start doing Eladrin racial lives to go for racial completionist in 3 lives, or we can go back to trying to do iconics, and we have a variety of iconics that we can do. Doing Dark Bargainer past lives as non-warlock is going to be weird. But okay, let me open up something real quick. I want to check something. Aha! An ad started on Twitch. So we're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we'll get back to doing our true reincarnation. Okay. We've returned. That thing that I wanted to check real quick is like, wait, did ads start? And ads did, in fact, start. So we caught it right on time. So we're going to level to 20. We're going to run probably 1 quest, just because I want to see just the tiniest amount of how this is going to work with a Shirati mantle. And then we figure out what we want to do. So, first thing we want to check here for deciding, do we want to head straight into our last 3 racials? Yes. We have, let's see, 78 plus 26. We have 104 tokens, which is enough for 5 lives. So, we're good to go on that front. So we can go straight into racials if we want to finish out the last of our racials, which is Eladrin. That said, I don't know if I will finish all of them before we get to actually getting our completionist. Because I believe the expansion coming out later this summer is supposed to give us Durgar. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. The Deep Dwarves as a race. And, well, when they introduce a new race, you lose racial completionist. So, I don't know if we'll actually get to enjoy our racial completionist by getting it, but we can find out. We take all of that, and then we dump the rest and move silently, I guess. Alright, last level in Rogue, we get Intelligence. We get all those same skills as before. I gotta say, this is probably the best / worst part about being a high intelligence skill monkey character, is that look at all the skills we have, and then you do something like a lesser reincarnation, and it's just like, oh god, I have so many skills to click every level. I will take mental toughness. Oh, you know, I didn't realize. So, I have spell focus evocation. It looks like Arcane Trickster can't get greater spell focus as a bonus feat. So, that's something I'll have to take into account when I do future lives on Arcane Trickster, is you need to use the bonus feat for your base spell focus, and then a normal feat for your greater spell focus. So, that's something I'll need to pay attention to then. Oh, we have another level 1 thing. Color spray.
Through all your accomplishments, you have transcended the title of...
Okay, we also get another stolen spell. Disintegrate, I guess. That scales with force power, even though heal is probably the correct choice. We'll also grab Presto, because not grabbing Presto seems like a major oversight. We'll get spell, we'll get this, we'll get spell penetration. If we planned this out better, we would have enough points for 3 more force crit, but we reset this. Right, we take that, we take that. We take Empowered Maximize here, there we go. We take Power. More force, more force. What is this? True Seeing, no. We could get more base stats, we could get... I was gonna say we could get Shadow Mantle, but this is only Shadow Blade spells, not force spells in general. So we have, what, 2 points left? 3 points left. What do we have in our offhand right now? We have an orb. Alright. 4 universal spell power. And screw it, we grab an int instead of lower spell costs. Lower spell cost is probably the correct choice. Okay, so what do we want? We want Shadow Dancer. We want Shirati. Like, this is non-negotiable. It's like, what do we want? We'll take permanent night shield and less threat. We'll take DCs. We take sneak dice. Sharadi, we take the Sharadi mantle. We take a force spell. We take plus to all skills, or we take that. We'll take stay strong because that's force damage. And then what is the last one that we want for a force caster? Is it Magus ever? It can't be macro attack, right? Let's see. Cold, negative, and force. But I don't think anything in here really leans into force, if I recall correctly. It's like, oh yeah, fear DCs, and everything in here is like cold and negative. Primal, maybe? Alright, we can go into Primal, we can grab Thorn, has force in it. Then we can grab Rejuve Cocoon for fun, and let's see. Poison and acid, cold, fire, electric, sonic. Sure, we'll go for Firefox. And we'll take the extra stuff, we'll take the extra stats for caster stats. And double shot or incorporeality would be good. This is only in light armor? Yeah. And more to DCs, I guess. Okay. Enhancements. Destiny. Prism Mantle. Rejuve Cocoon. Shard Storm. Actually, feats. Where's my meta magic feats? I need to put more out on my bars. Heighten. Always on. And extend and issue we're not going to have always on. We put them on for the things we care about. And Destiny. Baylights. Maybe we do Phalites instead of Greater Color Spray, next to Greater Color Spray. Yeah, okay. We're not even going to swap gear. We're just going to go into... Oh, what's a good test quest? You know what? We'll do Lords of Dust. I've done Lords of Dust Epic a lot of times. We'll try it out and see what happens. So, just in our heroic gear. So, what did we get? Well, the thing we didn't get is we did not get the capstone for Arcane Trickster, so we don't have the extra scaling on our sneak attack magic missiles. This is fine, because we're not going to cap. But, you know, it feels like it's a big loss. Take me to airship, please. There we go. Take me to the harbor. As a spell-slinging character, I have just so many different things to hit. Where's Presto? There's Presto. I'm like, what button do I even put Presto on? There. Okay. Cultist based. R4. No gear upgrades. No sentience. Let's just see what happens.
Inquisitor Noman waits for you near the entrance.
Novice,
An
stay
irritated
here.
Oh, we should probably put our
scowl
buffs
on
up.
his face.
Watch me just get my ass completely handed to me, because it was just like, sure, it'll be easy. We're busted. It's fine. Alright, so we do take a ton of damage, but that's kind of to be expected. We did put it up to R4 after all. The damage seems okay. Given that we are, well, massively undergeared. We're still wearing all of our Sharn. We're still wearing mostly Feywild gear and some Sharn gear. There we go. I mean, it's a lot of damage coming out. Seems to be doing well. Part of this is going to be that, you know, I'm probably just playing it wrong, amongst other things.
In the hallway ahead.
Because we just got new keybinds, because we just took level. And I haven't played it before. Okay. Alright, well, she hit us with the disintegrate, but it didn't hurt, so that's fine.
As the path leads down, it begins to look more like a dark and
Do we even have enough search for this?
and less like an
Huh,
empty
we do.
warehouse.
Go figure. Because we are very behind as far as, like, trapping stuff is concerned. We are wearing a trapping item, but it's an old trapping item. We've got the ring out of Ravenloft. That said, we have full skills, we have int, so, you know, it's whatever.
A dank chill pervades the lower level. The clink and creak of hardened steel echoes from the corridor ahead.
But yeah,
A woman's voice drifts up from somewhere.
I will say, walking into, like, hitting level 20 and walking directly into R4
You will do no such
without
thing.
any
The
gear
silver veil has
swaps,
caused enough trouble. Soon
we're
nothing
holding
can
our own
save
pretty
you
well.
off the scent. No, you will stay here and see that no one gets by. I will go below and assist our guest.
Like, we're not just blitzing through it without a care in the world,
In the center of this room stands a
and we are
bloodstained
taking some
altar.
damage,
What
but, you know,
acts have been performed there.
it'll be fine. Leave me alone, Fear Reaper. We're getting temp health now. Wait, can I presto you? We cannot presto you. We can bite you, though. Bite for healing. We are going through a lot of spell points, though. Granted, you know, we have all of our meta magics turned on all the time, so that's kind of to be expected. But still, I mean, I guess I'm greedy. It's just like, well, what do you mean I can't run all of my meta magics all the time without running into occasional spell point issues? This is unjust. It's unfair. Huh, they saved against Presto. What's the DC on Presto? 75. Plus a D20? I would not expect a random mob in Lords of Dust to make that save. I mean, I guess it's R4, but still. What's our dodge like? 28. Because we have stacks. I don't know how we have stacks. We rested. Resting doesn't remove, like, tricks on trick stacks? That's unusual. Resting tends to remove, like, everything. Well, we are benefiting from the bug on Shardstorm. Now, if you're not familiar with the bug I'm referring to, let's just read the description, shall we? Shardstorm. Summons a cloud of acidic poisonous shards that randomly strike enemies within 15 meters. 6 strikes over 6 seconds. Each shard deals this much damage, considered a druid spell, and so on and so forth. You know what it doesn't say in there? It doesn't say anything about granting temporary health. This upgrade says, oh, now it gives you temp health, equal to your maximum temp health. But I'm not supposed to get that until I spend a point in it at level 23. But if we want to look here... Oh look! Temporary health! It's just baked into the spell. You don't need the upgrade. For whatever reason. Enjoy your magic missiles. One thing that is kind of weird is I'm not really using my epic strike much. And that might just be because, like, well, it doesn't hit a whole bunch of times. Why would I use it if it's not going to hit a bunch of times? I'm all about the multi-hits. Yep, as expected. He hits like a truck. Truck, truck, truck. So we kite it out. This is fine, this is fine. My keybinds are making this hurt my hand. It is nice that the shards from Shardstorm, they also do my sneak attack damage as they fire off. So it's not quite the same burst as something like a magic missile spam, but it is something, and that something is, of course, extra damage. Okay, so just hit level 20, no gear swap, R4. Our defenses are not ideal. We still take a ton of damage because we don't have a lot of physical resist rating. But overall, yeah, seems pretty strong to be able to just walk in without any upgrades. But now the time's come to do everyone's favorite part of reincarnating, inventory management. Haha, yes, inventory management. But not to worry, we have things to do during inventory management, which is discuss what we want to do. And after looking at what lives we have outstanding, I think I want to try to do our next 3 racials. Which means we get to be whatever class we want. So, we have Eladrin as our race. And I don't know exactly what their race tends them towards. Like, I did the Eladrin Chaosmancer iconic past lives, and I believe base Eladrin has a similar thing going on with, like, picking a season, but we'll check that out here in just a moment. Alright, so we're now going to go to a vendor, sell everything we don't want to take with us as we reincarnate. Then we go to the bank and we start doing our whole reorganizing thing. But the question is, what class do we want to do with our Chaosmancer? Obviously, we could run it back and do Arcane Trickster again. But I don't really feel like doing Arcane Trickster again. Mostly because of the early levels. It's just like, it's nice and all once you get going, but the initial part of getting going is a little annoying. So, alright, we don't need spell components anymore. We don't need to take those with us. That goes away. So this stuff all goes away. This stuff goes away. And sure, alright. Sell all of that. And we now have how much space? We have 82 slots free, which is not a lot. But we have other things that we can clear out as well here in a minute. So let's just go to the bank and let's see how far away we are in having enough space that we can reincarnate. Because essentially I need empty slots here plus empty slots in the bank to be more than what's in my reincarnation stash. Heroic or iconic? Heroic. Heroic just going to 20. Because I have my 3 iconics. Also, welcome in Aviator. Okay, upgrade the bank space. Okay, once it's done loading, it'll upgrade it. Surely. There we go. Okay, so we have 180 slots here. We have 80 slots here, so that's 260-ish. Plus another 20-ish here, so we've got about 280 slots. We have 273 things in the bank. We can ignore inventory management and just brute force draw everything out of the bank. Just do whatever I like then? Yeah. That is kind of the thing. So, let's see. I want to eat any of these named items that I don't want to keep. Alright, so a garbage can lid. I have a lot of these already. I don't need another one. Armor of Midnight. I don't know if I have one of those or not. We toss it to shared storage. Blessed Vestments. I've got lots of these already. I don't need it. Art Blade. Don't know if I have one or not. Goes in shared storage. Templar's Docent. Do not care. Goes away. Leaf Mail. Store for later. Wild Card. No mythics. It goes away. And Windswept Buckler. That's M2. I don't know if this is the one I've been keeping around or not, so it goes into shared storage. Alright, Black Satin Waist. I've got a bunch of these, but this one is mythic, so it might be better than the others. Shared storage. Buckle of Secrets. Lamortia gear. Shared storage. Oh look, more Lamortia gear that I don't know if it's good or not. Shared storage. Flightfoots go in here. Glittering Waist Wrap. Goes away. Hammer Fist. Is it special? No? Goes away. I've got one already. I think this one just goes away. Walking Ancestor Helmet. I'm going to say it goes away. Wondrous Mage Gloves. No. Amber Pendant. Oh, look. I already have one, and mine's better. Goes away. Celestial Emerald. No. I do not need heroic tanking gear. Pretty much no one needs heroic tanking gear, let's be real here. Duskbone, we'll keep it. Alright, we already have one of these, so we get rid of that one. Ring of Flickering Steel. With a Reaper bonus on it. Alright, that gets crunched. Ring of Summer's Heat. I forget if that's our only one or not, so we keep it. Red Abishai. I know that's the only one of those we have. We keep it. Fate Upgrade Tome. Shared storage. Alright. And then we toss our random rolled things in here. Like the level 20 potions that you can get from like daily dice. That all goes away into shared storage. And artifact crate. We don't need a quest item. Okay. So we cleared some space. We're up to 113 free slots. Now the time has come. Wait. How did I miss Fell Shiv? Like, I don't want to keep Fell Shiv. Okay. So we're just gonna move some stuff. Nope. Nope. Stop that. Move stuff around. We're gonna toss this in here. Alright. Now it is time to withdraw all the things from the bank. So it is time to click. Alright, so what do we want to do that we can discuss while we are clearing everything out of our shared bank stash? So, what do we have as far as options go? You know, I did notice that I already have really good fire rings. So maybe I want to go kick it a little bit old school, a build I haven't done in a while, which would be a Fire Warlock, maybe? Fire Warlock could be nice. I haven't done Acolyte of the Skin. Maybe I try Acolyte of the Skin. Although, from what I understand, Acolyte of the Skin is only really useful if you want to do, like, a Warlock splash, but still have all of your thingies. If you want to do Warlock splash, but you still want all of your dice. Not the imbue dice, but the packed dice. So, being Acolyte of the Skin means you can take feats to get those. Let's see. I believe Acolyte of the Skin misses out on Enlightened Spirit, so we could just be like a blaster, which is fine. It runs into all the normal problems that you can't strip immunity. Except, wait, if we're gonna be Eladrin, Eladrin gets immunity strip. So, that could take away that potential problem. Acolyte of the Skin is good to heavy splash Warlock, but have another class dominant to bang out a heroic past life as a Warlock. Yeah. Now, I do have kind of a half-baked Warlock and Arcane Trickster build sitting in the builder that is probably not very good, but it does utilize that same thing, Acolyte of the Skin, to be like, yeah, I'm an Arcane Trickster, so I'm going to have all of my sneak dice hitting on my Warlock Eldritch Blasts, and I'll also have all of my dice on my Eldritch Blasts. Therefore, this is good, right? You don't think Heroic Eladrin has it. Unfortunate. I did not know that, but we'll find out here in a second. Actually, I'm going to go and... I have the builder already open. Let's do it right now. Okay, new build. We want to be baseline Eladrin. We're just going to say Acolyte of the Skin. Wrong alignment. Neutral? What do we need for Acolyte? Okay, Acolyte. And yes, when I'm doing out the build, we're going to do it all on screen. I know I'm not sharing this screen right now. I'm just looking up if we get immunity strip. Let's see. We want Summer Attunement. Yeah, it looks like we don't get the right attunement for the, you get Fire Shield instead of Scorch, so you don't get immunity stripping. Unfortunate. Oh well. I can just not do fire damage to things that are immune to fire and just fall back on Force. But, as I was saying, we do still have the option to do what? Like, the whole Arcane Trickster split is probably a bad idea. It's one of those things that looks good on paper, because it's like, look at all the things I can stack together, and then it's just like, no, you give up too much for it. You had to look up what you did as a Eladrin Heroic. You went int-based two-handed fighting Wizard EKPM with Harper. Alright, so nothing to do with Eladrin specifically, is what I'm hearing. You've been just, it's like, I'm going to do two-handed fighting, Eldritch Knight, and just bang out these lives. And it's just like, you know what? It's a solid build. I don't see why you wouldn't. So, let's see. We'll keep... Alright. How are we doing as far as pulling stuff out of the bank? We only have 200 things left. And the funny thing is, if you want to reminisce a bit, this is still faster than it used to be to pull stuff out of the bank. Although it does feel slower than the last time I did it. But we've had a little bit more lag today than usual. Int line and ratio gets displacement SLA, which is nice. That is pretty nice. Especially because you can get it early. Because I was just thinking it's just like, well, yeah, but I would have displacement anyway. So, sure, but displacement's a level 3 spell. And if it's in the ratio line, I can get it at level 1. I have a wall watch circlet. Because it has Reaper on it. Understood. Good job, past me, not sharding the Reaper helm. Okay, in we go with all this stuff. Cores are int dex charisma. Well, that works for if I want to do Warlock with it. But we'll get into the details here in a minute. So let's see. If we want to do Acolyte of the Skin, let's just double check. What is Acolyte of the Skin's? Alright, so it is just straight up Fiend Patron. It doesn't have a special patron like Dark Bargainer. So it's just Fiend Warlock, but with a Fragmented Intelligence Tome. Oh, okay. We're not going to expend that right now. I bought a Supreme Tome for this character long ago when they were on like a 75% off sale. So, we're just going to not expend that. Hey, is this bound to character? Bound to account. Into the shared storage with you. Can't go wrong with Warlock 1 to 20. It's your favorite. Yeah, I have done a lot of Warlock past lives. I also really enjoy Warlock. Like, if I had to say what my main is, I don't know if it would be Warlock or maybe Bard, but I have leaned very, very heavily into charisma-based casters overall. So, there is that. So it is a bit of a comfort sort of build for me. But let's see. As I'm doing this, I'm seeing so many things that I just need to not be holding on to. Your main only is Dark Bargainer, Dark Powers Blaster. Yeah, I found it super effective. Especially, I really liked the extra self-healing you get, which is something that Warlock has a lot of sustain with temp health, but having the ability to do actual healing on yourself too through the negative energy stuff that Dark Bargainer brings was really pretty nice. Just gonna drag some more stuff into the bank here. But yeah. Oh, back to what I was talking about a moment ago. So, the idea of making an Arcane Trickster Acolyte of the Skin blaster so that you get all of your Eldritch Blast dice plus sneak dice on your blasts. On paper, like, the general concept feels solid. Just like, well, what's the problem with Warlock blasting? It has problems with scaling. Like, you can only get so many dice, there's not a lot that interacts with it well, so what can you do about that? It's like, well, you can add Arcane Trickster to add sneak dice to it. It's like, okay, good, we've got sneak dice on our blasts now. Now what? What did we give up in order to do that? Like, well, it's going to cost a bunch of feat slots. You're not going to get the good scaling on your sneak dice because you're not going to be pure Arcane Trickster. You need to have your Acolyte of the Skin 2 levels, I think? Maybe just 1? So it's like, well, okay, so you get sneak dice, but they only scale with 50% spell power. Is it better than just going pure Blaster Lock? Because pure Blaster Lock, you get extra crit damage for that. So you're giving up crit damage in order to get your sneak dice on it. And I don't know if that's a good trade or not. Which is not to say that I think it's necessarily bad. It's that when I say I don't know if it's good or not, I literally don't know. I have not done the math. But the crit damage feels like it's really rough to give up, especially if you're not getting full scaling on your sneak dice. So, I don't know. I'm sure someone can math it out. It's probably bad, and the problem is, it's not a good leveling build either, probably, because of the delay on Arcane Ambush. It's like, okay, so you start off with... Alright, so if you start off with Warlock, you're basically leveling as a not very good Warlock Blaster, because you only have 2 levels in it. And, okay, fine. And then, alright, so now what level do you need to be before your stuff starts stacking? And the answer is going to be probably 10. Because if you want 2 Warlock levels, and then plus the 8 in order to get your sneak dice online, like, that's a long time for a build to come online. Like, even if it's, well, I will take it back. Like, maybe if it's an iconic, it's not a problem. Like, maybe I'll do that for, like, an iconic build. Because I'm not going to be sitting at cap, necessarily, but I would be leveling through epics. I think I've completely lagged, because it wasn't letting me bring stuff into the bank either. So we're going to do this number. Yeah. We cannot move. Okay. All right. We're over halfway there. So the trick here is, what iconic would I do that with? Because the problem is, I could do Shade Archai, but Shade Archai isn't Arcane Trickster, it's normal rogue. It's like, oh, I could do Dark Bargainer, but Dark Bargainer is normal warlock, not Acolyte of the Skin warlock. So if I didn't want to have to use a lesser heart, I'd need to be a different iconic, entirely. Which is funny, because it means we'd be compelled to splash some random other class. And I wonder what class that would be. Like, if I'm going to end up stuck with, like, one class level from a starting iconic, what would be even useful for that sort of weird hybrid build? Like, I don't think any of the marshals would do. Like, I don't think paladin or warrior helps it any. Like, they give it proficiencies, but I don't think I care about proficiencies on that build. So it's like, okay, well, what else could we get? We could get a wizard if we wanted to go deep gnome. I think at that point, I would be choosing not based on what one class level it gives me for picking a particular iconic, but what I would get from the tree of that iconic. Which means we might do, like, Dhampir Dark Bargainer, not because... Oh, wait, no, we can't. We can't do that, because that requires a lesser reincarnation to get into Acolyte of the Skin. I was going to say we would go in there for the sneak attack dice, but can't do that. There is no halfling one, so we can't get sneak dice there. Who else has sneak dice in their stuff? I'm trying to think. Like, Drow has imbue dice. Blightcaster has sneak dice? Wait, what do you mean Blightcaster? Blightcaster is a class. I'm trying to think of the iconic trees. That bank is full. Ah, I see. Yeah. Blightcaster isn't an iconic, though. It's an archetype. So, let's see. What are the possible iconics? So, we already know that Dark Bargainer, unless I want to lesser reincarnate, in which case these would be fine, but Dark Bargainer and Shade Archai both won't work because they give me the base class, not the archetype class. So, works very well if I want to lesser reincarnate them, not as well if I don't. Then there's like Purple Dragon Knight. Ranger Deepwood Stalker. Okay. Yes. Alright, so in this case, we're talking about Asmar Scourge, which starts with the level of Ranger. The trick then is... those aren't in the racial tree, they're in the Deepwood Stalker tree. And in order to get deep enough in the Deepwood Stalker tree to get them, I would need to not take levels in Rogue, and the Rogue levels automatically give 1 sneak dice per 2 levels. So if I wanted 6 Ranger, I'm giving up 2 sneak dice from baseline rogue levels in order to get it. And I don't know if there's enough for that. You get, what, 1 sneak die per core in Ranger, in Deepwood Stalker, I think, and then 1 in the T1? Yeah, you don't think mixing it with Warlock is really going to turn out great? Yeah, probably not. That's what I said. It's like, it's one of those things that sounds good when you first think about it. It's like, wait, finally another way to stack some damage onto Eldritch Blast. It's like, it has so few synergies in the game. Like, it doesn't work with so many different mantles in Epic Destinies. There's so much that, like, on-hit effects, like, don't work with it. So much doesn't work with it, but it's like, wait, Arcane Ambush works with it. Can we make this work? And the more I think about it, the less it seems like it would work. No, don't get me wrong. There is a good chance that I am going to do this build at some point. Not because it is good, but because I want to see it and see if it is good. Like, I have done builds that I know are bad before. Like, I did I forget if it was single weapon fighting or a 2-weapon fighting Warlock build, which I saved the build file as Eldritch Knight, but worse, which really sums up the entirety of that build, actually. That's basically what it was. It was Eldritch Knight, but worse. No, it wasn't bad, per se, but it's just like there's really very little reason to do this instead of just going Eldritch Knight. Alright, so we need to go grab our heart for our reincarnation. And then we'll look at maybe figuring out our actual build here for a second. We want Heart of Blood. Thank you. Alright, and back to the Hall of Heroes. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Heroes. Or, what was it? The Hall of Justice, maybe? We're talking like the old DC cartoons. Meanwhile, back at the Justice League. Or, also, they would do the same sort of cut for going back to the villains. Like, meanwhile, in the villain's fortress. Down we go. Okay. So before we pull the trigger on this, let us take a look at actually making a build. There we go. Yes, I am aware. It is light mode, and it is blinding. You can even see the camera on me changed because of I am now more lit up because of how bright that is. But yeah, this was the like the kind of first pass thing as I was thinking about it. It was just like, alright, we're at 3 Acolyte of the Skin, and then 17 Rogue, and blah blah blah, something something, make it work. Alright, so if we want to do, however, Eladrin. Alright, so we're Fiend Pact. Alright, cool. We're taking all of our standard caster stuff. We're going Charisma. We're going Constitution. We get some skill points. We don't get Helpless by Ray of Enfeeblement. 2 more decks, because why not? We go Empower. We don't take a Dark Gift. We go to Quicken. Quicken? Where are you at? Quicken. We grab, let's say, Past Life, Arcane Initiate. We get Mental Toughness. More Mental Toughness. Improve Mental Toughness. Improve Mental Toughness. And evocation. Why not? When we come here, we look at... Alright, we have a Lodrin. We take Charisma. We take more Charisma. We don't care about plus to hit. Let's see. Summer Attunement. Damage. Double Strike. Sneak attack damage. Intelligence. Displacement, Night Shield, Fire Shield, and Vigor. So if we wanted Charisma, it's the double shot, double strike line. We don't care about it. Yeah, I guess we go for Displacement. And... we don't need Phase Step, I think. Like, I don't know if Phase Step stacks with the Iconic. So... we have 17 racial points to spend. Alright, we're 1 over. It's fine. Okay, we go... Feydark. Feydark? Yes. Acolyte of the Skin. I think we just ignore it completely and we go... Hi, yes, I would like to do these things. We're doing Warlock things. We come over here, yes, we grab this, we grab that. We take that, this. All the things. We don't really need the debuff, probably. Grab these. We drop more points in here. We take Underdark Blast just in case we want it. We take Stanch. We take Charisma. We take... more Spellcraft, I guess. One there. More dice, more depravity. Come back here. Steel Life Force doesn't scale with anything, so it's not very good. But, you know, we might want to pick it up anyway. We take all this stuff. And then, if we're going to cap, we probably grab... this stuff as well. Oh, I'm off. How am I off? Unfortunate. We're 1 point short on getting displacement with all of this because of how this split works out. Oh well. And let us see. What are we missing out on here in Acolyte of the Skin? Because I've never really looked at this. Alright, defensive stats. Defensive stats. Defensive stats. More defensive stats. Fire spell power. Okay, this might be worth at low levels. I'm not sure. Fire spell power, fire spell power, fire spell power. Fear immunity, defensive stats, fiendish rebuke. I don't think we care about the beam. Permanent shield. Bypassing fire resistance might be useful. Okay, so some of the power and resist and bypass might be useful at low levels. Okay, so we are at the end of our second hour of stream, which means it is time for our next break. So about once an hour, we take a break to stand up, stretch, refill our drink, and all that stuff, because Twitch wants to run ads, so we let Twitch run ads, but we don't want anyone to miss anything, so we take an opportunity to take care of ourselves, pull an old school after these messages. We'll be right back. And I'll see you on the other side in 3 minutes, and we'll get this reincarnation done and get started up and see what we can do. Alright, we've returned. We returned early. We're leaving again. Okay, we returned again, on time this time. So, it is time to get to it. I hope everyone had a good break. I refilled my water. I refilled my soup. So, things are going well. Okay, Dompier 3. We get +1 racial action point. Alright, let's get to it. Well, once it lets me log out, that is. There we go. There we go. Reincarnating. We want... I think it's spell? Yes. Warlock. Acolyte of the Skin. Path. No paths. Race. Eladrin. Next. Alright, what do we say? We max charisma. We get a good amount of con. We don't want to get hit with an enfeebling beam and immediately get helpless. Alright. Skills. We take spellcraft. We take UMD. And we take concentration. We take Maximize. We take True Patron Fiend. We get 1 spell. We take Jump. We go True Neutral, as is always our thing. Also, pretty cool looking, actually. Just randomized into it, but I like the leaves in the hair, plus the like branch motif on the skin, on the facial markings. Alright, here we go, Acolyte of the Skin. Alright. I don't know why it resets your whole UI when you reincarnate.
You find yourself waking
It seems superfluous, like why can't you save my UI settings? Fortunately,
striking your ship, come flooding back.
I personally saved my settings a long time ago, so I can load them. There's a console command. And now my bars are back where they're supposed to be. Hi. Skip. Yes. Sure. Give me a sickle.
Stepping out of the grotto, you find yourself in Korthos village. The Sahuagin
Where's my
have
horse?
threatened this place for generations. Judging from how it
Horse?
looks now, the Sahuagin are winning. However, some hopeful souls.
Alright,
still
so we are
hold
going
out
to
for
eat
help
some
to
XP
arrive.
gems to get us to at least level 2. I don't know if we're going to go all the way to 3. I don't know how many XP gems I've got left for that. But we will eat gems to get us to level 2. We'll probably still go back and do Korthos, just because I kind of like Korthos. Maybe it's just the nostalgia, maybe it's the Coin Lords rep, but I like doing Korthos. And then we'll figure out where we're going from there. So, we're going to grab our ship buffs, we're going to grab gear, we're going to figure out what the heck our build is doing for the first level or two, and after that, we'll head to Korthos. So, cargo hold. Banker. You do Korthos town for the Coin Lord favor and the cake. So you don't bother going out onto the island. That's fair as well. Alright, so what do we want? Show me stuff just from level 1 to 5, please. Okay. Show me bag. We grab our bags. Excellent. Show me gibbers. Alright. Harper pin. What else do I want? Quiver of alacrity. Thank you much. Alright, now we get to gear, I think. Okay, show me weapons. We don't care about any of this. We will grab a throwing weapon to hit switches later. And we'll grab the Princess Scepter, sure. Okay. Shield, also known as Orb. What did I take with the 20th anniversary token? I haven't taken anything. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Like, that's not a bag that I can open later, like so many of the other bags I have that I can open later. That's a you must turn into the NPC, right? So, do we take the Nicked Orb? Do we take the Windswept Buckler? I think we take the Windswept Buckler. Okay. So we'll grab our Oh, we have two of them. Aha. Mythic. Also Mythic. All right. We'll take the Buckler. We'll take the Orb for now. It's level 2 instead of level 3. And we'll take the Aegis of the First Watch. Oop. Actually, we don't have shield proficiency, so we probably shouldn't do that. It's fine, though. Rune Arm Armor. We'll grab Leaf Mail. That's for level 5. We'll grab our Red Robes of Charity. And we'll ditch the Apprentice's Robe. Arcane Augmentation does not help me as Warlock. Eyes. And if I want to turn in any time fragments from the quest. There's that too. Alright, head. We will put on our Bulwark Helm. It's like, why Bulwark Helm? That's not very impressive. It's like, well, because I got very lucky, and mine has the 2 to all ability scores augment on it. So it is exceptionally good for level 1, in fact. We'll grab a Crown of Snow to put in the bank. And we will grab a Skullduggery Cap for clicky purposes. Necklace. Bellows Ring for now. And then probably Bottled Sunlight for later. But we'll grab out these other two as well, just in case. We have options at level 5. Trinket. We'll grab a Runic Trinket for now. Voice at 5 doesn't really matter. So we're going to ignore it. Cloak. We want at least 2 cloaks. Gentle Descent, Winter, and Attraction. Attraction for now. With Featherfall Swap and Cloak of Winter for later. Waist. Dire Bear Belt. Very good belt. We don't have anything at this level, but it's fine. Rings. Alright, we have Flame Ring. Flame Ring is exceptionally useful for us because we are fire-based. And another Lucky Reaper roll on this. Plus 10 to universal spell power. Stacks with everything. Super effective at low levels. We do want Ring of Summer's Heat. We do want Ring of the Red Abishai. We'll take Acrobat's Ring for now. What do I want at low level? All right, we'll take Magical Attunement for level 1. And then Acrobat's Ring for later if we need it. But besides that, I think we're good here. Hands. We get Dusk Palm just for this level. because it has Mythic on it. And we get Dead Ringers for when we get to level 5. Feet. We have Giar's Boots of Dashing. Now, you might think, it's like, well, but you have a Quiver of Alacrity. Why do you need the Expeditious Retreat clicky? It's like, I don't. But it has Mythic and Reaper on it. So it's 6 sheltering. And 6 sheltering is incredibly effective. We're not going to grab out the Deep Snow. We'll take him out of our reincarnation stash at least and put him in the bank. We're probably not swapping to him, but we'll see. Wrists, Spearbane. Super effective at low levels. And that will do it. Actually, let's check scrolls. Just of Dimension Door. Okay. So we didn't have any heal or resurrect scrolls just hanging around for us. Alright. So what are we missing? We don't have a necklace, a trinket, or a belt, or really a decent weapon. We get all of those at level 2. Which means the other thing that we need to grab out of here is XP stones. We're going to take all of the ones that don't give much XP first, but we're also going to eat some of the big ones. So, 3k, 6k. Alright, how about here? Do we have any other XP stones that we want to eat? Here we've got a couple of really big ones, 10, 10, 20, and 15. So, I guess we'll take these 7Ks out as well. Alright, time to eat some XP stones. Where'd my audio go? Why is it so much quieter? You always eat enough to get like 1 rank in level 3 for chain shape. Yeah, that makes sense. As I said, we are going at least to level 2. That said, you don't need to get that far to get chain shape. Chain shape should only cost, what, 7 total points? So you can be like halfway through level 2 and get chain shape. Although, getting up to level 3 would let you get chain shape plus more packed dice. Alright, off we go. Unless you meant cone shape, in which case, yes, that is how much it takes. You need to be level 3 for cone shape. I know there is some debate about which is the better shape. I prefer cone. I do not expect everyone else to adhere to my preferences, but that is the one I prefer. Where do I put this last point? I don't need jump because I can cast jump. Put it in bluff. And we'll grab Featherfall, probably. And we'll grab Resist Energy. We're only rank 6, so we can eat some of these bigger ones. We pulled them out of the bank, we might as well use them. There we go. Rank 11. Advance to the next level as Warlock. And we took Maximize. I think we'll take Quicken second instead of Empower. Not that it matters too much, because we don't really have much to use it on yet. But alright. So we have Soul Eater, Tainted Warlock, and Acolyte of the Skin. So if we go into Acolyte of the Skin, we can get like Fire Spell Power, we can get Bypass, we get Permanent Night Shield, we get Fiendish Glare, take 1d6 evil damage plus any other effects, and damage relative to fast produced, and may become feared. So it's just a random... So, alright, so it's a cleave. Sure, why not? Saving throws. Fiendish. Your fiend skin now grants an equivalent amount of acid. Okay. I should probably check my stuff. Alright, well, in any armor, fiend skin, shape beam, drink the fear, double pack damage, enemies that are afraid of you. I don't know if I care about that. So this takes 2 points. Alright, we can't get it yet. So we take change shape. We take... Alright, how many points do I have? We take tainted lore. That is 8 points spent. Why do we only have 8 points to spend? Well, alright, right, it's 4 per level. Okay. Lodgerin, we take this. We take... We don't care about this, because we're not dealing with it. Okay. I guess we take this and hope it's on a different channel. And let's see, we have 17 points, so that's everything we can do there. We have 1 racial point and 3 universal points. Universal points, we go into Feydark, and then spell points, I guess? Yeah, we're going to be blasting. Is there anything else we can get? Harper, no. Falconry, no. Vistani, no. Inquisitive, no. Horizon Walker, no. Okay. Grab them, and then we have 1 more point over here. Crit confirm. 1 to hit with sneak attacks. Oh. +1 dodge. Okay. Feats. Alright, we need our past life stances. So, what do we want? We'll take colors. We'll take... let's see. Ancient knowledge is for caster stuff. But we do want energy criticals, because we have fire. We do want... We'll take this out just in case. But we'll take fortification, and we'll take brace, I think. And then for iconics... What do we want? Morning Lord, probably, right? Spell power. For evil. It should be light and alignment. Yeah. We also want an Eladrin Chaosmancer. Oh, cool. It does merge it. Alright, so the Chaosmancer past life is the same as this phase step. So I have 7 charges of it. So that's nice. I thought I'd have to do 2 different keybinds. Very convenient. And we'll bring out Purple Dragonite, and even though we only have 1 level in it, so it's not very good. Okay. We do want our cosmetic. We do want our meta magics out here, just in case. Racial feats. We want winter affinity, probably. Because... Oh, it implied that I couldn't cast it unless I was in winter affinity. What do we get here for being in winter affinity? Fort saves and an int. I think we might just go summer affinity just because... Summer affinity for charisma, right? No, that's strength. Spring is charisma. Okay, cool. Alright, yeah. Okay, we do not need to be in winter. Okay, so we need to turn on our pact. And then we have Eldritch Blast shapes. Turn on focus for now, but we will put chain instead. Put tainted spellcasting there. Pseudo Dragon comes out. Phase Step is already on bars. Okay, and we're good to go. Spells. Featherfall. Jump. And resist energy. And what else are we missing? Ah, yes. We're missing a little bit of style. Because for some reason, they made this very nice, very convenient change. So that when you reincarnate, it's like you get to keep your cosmetics, which is why you saw that I was able to put my bloody footprints on without having to go to the Hall of Heroes. Except, you apparently don't keep the wings from this most recent event. Why? I don't know. But for some reason, you just don't get to keep it. But before we go to Korthos, we do need to head to Keep on the Borderlands to grab a caster stick. Or two. So we do want to put on that and that, because we were waiting on level 2 for those. And we'll put on the Nicked Orb, I guess. But I think really what we're going to be doing here is we're going to just dual wield caster sticks for force and fire and call it good. Okay. Scepter of Impulse, so that's our force. And Scepter of Combustion. And there's our fire. I don't know why the audio got quieter when I reincarnated. But it definitely did. Alright, now we go to Korthos. It is time to actually play the game. Oh, this was already on my bars. Oh, wait. Before we go in, I almost forgot to get spell components. Hi. Please give me spell components. All of them. Go away. Go away. I'm trying to buy things. I really should go into options and just permanently turn off the tutorials. Alright. And in we go.
Coming from deep in the crypt, you hear the strange and unstrange. Sarcophagi, you notice something strange about the wall to the west. If you search the wall, you may discover a treasure chest glimmers in the dark passage here.
So now I'm thinking of, like, what level would I
performing
actually try to get to put points into Acolyte of the Skin. Because early on, Warlock is pretty tight on where I want my points. Especially if I want Cone Shape. Because if I want Cone Shape, then I'm going to want 12 points to get Cone Shape. But my second priority is going to be, well, I want a bunch of points in the Chain Shape tree. Because that is where the extra packed dice are. And I want the extra packed dice. So maybe it'll be 12 points, and then Acolyte of the Skin, at which point we're at, like, what, level 7? Because 12 and 12, yeah, that's 6 levels worth of points. So we're going to be level 7 before we start dropping into Acolyte of the Skin, at which point it'll be really not as impactful, I guess.
In the middle of this chamber is an eve. When the altar collapses, a third crest appears.
It's just like, wow, this is super incredibly strong. It's like, 1, it's Korthos, like the weakest thing. You believe you never put points into Acolyte of the Skin? Yeah, like, because there is, the funny thing about that is, there is some good stuff in there for leveling. Like, just like, hi, would you like more base fire spell power and to bypass fire resistance? It's like, yeah, those are good effects. The question is, are they better than the other effects available?
Is now yours.
Yes, opportunity cost, exactly.
Some of the braver villagers
It's like, yeah,
tried to stem the Sahuagin
not only
tide.
is it Korthos,
Courage led to naught but grievous
but also
injuries.
we
Korthos
8
needs
gems
someone
to
with
get up to
more
level
than
3.
just
So we're going
guts.
in over level and over geared to the oldest
Dust
content
and
in the
mold
game.
fill this ill-maintained storehouse. You can hear the telltale skittering of vermin nearby. This appears to be the main storeroom. It seems the villagers are busy preparing for a protracted siege. A large silver
there it is.
key falls out of the Sahuagin emerges from a hidden passage.
Fun fact, you do not in fact need to fight him.
Let the scrolls
You can just grab the key and run.
The door swings. It appears that the floor in this room can be moved and rotated.
I like how the puzzles start out easy. Like, this puzzle is basically half solved by the time you get to it.
The protective spell dissipates.
Like the fact that everything along there is already lined up. So yeah, 51 seconds. Barely an inconvenience. But in the chest had a curse, had a...
Ahead is the cellar where
Oh,
the
yes.
crystal is hidden.
One of those. Why would I need one of those? I've already got so many.
Heat emanating from the magic crystal bowl.
I say only half jokingly, because I did get one from the most recent set of Remnant turn-ins I got, which I believe brings my total up to 3? And now this might just be a, we'll say, casual privilege, but because I've just been on the TR train, I've never been optimizing a gear set so much that I was actively trying to get a specific curse, so I haven't used any cleansings. We're blasting. Now the thing is, if I wanted my to use chain shape instead of cone shape, then I can go into Acolyte of the Skin without that much opportunity cost. Because quite simply, the other stuff in, what is it, Tainted Scholar, or am I getting the names of stuff? In Soul Eater, isn't that compelling at low level. It's like, yeah, that's where you get your move speed from, but the move speed's 1% per Warlock level, so it's not really that big a deal early on. And Stricken and Consume aren't that important early either, because, well, Blast is going to kill stuff anyway. So if I didn't care about cone shape, then I can just try out... Maybe I'll do that. I'm still used to cone shape. Maybe it's time that I gave chain shape, you know, more of a try. It's been a while since I've tried it as my main shape and not just a filler until I get cone. That said, it does have the downside of limited targets. I think what's chain shape max out at 4, I think? It's like bouncing to up to 3 more. Let's take a look real quick. Chain shape jumps to 2 more nearby enemies. Okay, so yeah, it maxes out at 3 targets, which particularly for some of the harbor quests with like a bunch of kobolds is a little annoying.
Hero, it is on the people's lips as you walk by.
You're all chained for a while.
Cautious looks have become friendly nods. Then word
well,
comes that your
they have lower pack sizes if you do them reasonably. If I'm trying to chain everything together, then chain, yeah. I should use cone shape if I'm trying to chain things. But if I'm just trying to zerg through and then blast everything as it's grouped up, well, that's no longer the case. But on the flip side, if you just hold down mouse 1 while you're running through everything, chain shape might just keep them from grouping up that much in the first place, as you just kill them as you go. So, we'll give it a try. So, you know, we come in here, we probably get... We'll say we get 12 points in here to get our 3rd extra bonus pack dice. Certainly chain would be good again, opportunity compared to going to the other chi. But chain is in the same tree as the pack dice. I could ignore Soul Eater entirely and I don't lose out on pack dice. I lose out on Stricken and Consume, which I don't really need. So we go here for pack dice, and then, you know, we can put in a lot of points to get 1 more. And then we go into Acolyte for spell power, for firepower, more firepower, and then resist bypass. And by that point, we'll see if I want to shift stuff around. Because the other trick is, at 12, I definitely want to go into Tainted Scholar, because that's the one that I want the tier 5s of. So, yeah. I should probably look at what the tier 5s are on Acolyte of the Skin, but I'm fairly confident that I don't care. Like, I think the big ones are defensive. So we'll take a look at that real briefly here in a second. Hello, Kivnero. Goodbye, Kivnero. So let's see, what are the T5s in Acolyte of the Skin? Glare of the Pit. Alright, so it's Great Cleave. And... alright, more defensive stuff. We get a transformation. What's the duration? Right, 30-second duration plus 5 per core you have in the tree. So at max, it's a 1-minute duration on a 3-minute cooldown. And then Necromancy DCs. Yeah, nothing to write home about there. But at the base level, it's like, alright, we get firepower. We get firepower and resist bypass. And then there's more firepower, and then we don't care. Like, I don't know if Fiendish Glare is worth it. It really depends on what the shape is.
Your victories have made the village much safer, but only temporarily. It's time to take the fight to the Sahuagin.
Alright,
in
out
the
we go.
wilds of Korthos Island.
Grab that quest, grab this quest, grab the other quest. We should have probably mounted up, but it is fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Out we go. Alright. So.
Steam billows from the hidden entrance to an underground complex.
There we go. Underground complex.
The air grows damp and fetid as the ancient
Well,
tunnel
it seems to be
descends.
separate from the other one, so it's not really connected to anything. It's just a standalone complex.
The tunnel
Here we
splits
go.
each way to the giant
Blast some
device.
things. Oh no, traps! Anyway.
The sound of distance.
Oh no, I'm getting ambushed, it seems like.
Not alone here.
I'm very concerned about
If you're
this.
careful, you may be able to take the sleeping guards by surprise.
Incredibly concerned. This is so dangerous. Whatever shall I do? It's sonic damage? For some reason I thought it was going to be cold damage.
Guard collapses to the floor. But what are they guarding? The extravagant gong in this room looks
Door
capable of a
closed.
truly ear-shattering noise.
And hit that gong, gong, gong,
Those
gong.
reverberations, you hear a slight rumble from the larger room.
And off we go.
If the second strike of the gong produces the telltale sound of
There we go.
cracking ice.
I think one of the more awkward things about Warlock is the lingering animation on your Eldritch Blast. How, like, 1, 2, 3, and if you don't, like, deliberately end it early, you'll still be blasting when you try to, like, pull levers and things.
A rusty hatch submerged in the putrid water.
Up we go. Oh no,
Emerge from
the
murky
door.
with great
I hope I don't get ambushed from behind, and that would definitely be very dangerous.
device.
And I would definitely be in a lot of danger.
Ahead is the giantish device. The freezing mists
Speaking
it
of
is
which.
spewing are directed the wrong way. So at the right time, you can get close enough to redirect them.
Okay, off we go. Puzzle solving. I know this one actually has multiple solutions, but this is the one I always use because it's, well,
Solidifies
the one I'm used
place
to.
over the ancient creature, but it's not enough. You need both jets to effectively
Do.
A layer of ice forms
Excellent.
over the ancient creature, guaranteeing its slumber. Korthos is safe for now.
Alright.
Steam billows from the hidden entrance to an underground complex.
So, yes. How are we doing on our stats as far as offense goes? Let's see. Force, 132. Fire, also 132. But with higher crit chance, because it is elemental and we have our elemental crit past life. Now, by level 5, I should probably grab Utter Dark Blast,
Leads to an old
because I do want to use the ring, the Summer Solstice ring. Though that might actually be a bad idea. There's a lot of competition for the ring slot,
house. The doorway ahead has been burned up.
mostly because of my Reaper ring. But if we want Ring of Summer Storm, or not Summer Storms, Summer's Heat? Summer's Heat. If we want Ring of Summer's Heat for the light and the fire, and we also want Ring of the Red Abishai for the insightful and quality fire, then I can't put on my Borderlands Reaper ring, which means I will be getting a bunch more fire damage in exchange for losing... how much? How much do I lose for that?
magical barrier.
Like losing some force damage. It's not even gaining that much fire damage now that I think about it, but we'll give it a look and see just how much it is when the time comes. And the time is still a couple levels away. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. At the very least, we should be able to do some stuff with it. Like the Ring of Summer's Heat is just too much concentrated goodness if you're running Utter Dark Blast. It's like, alright, so you have two elements, yes. And this ring gives you both your baseline power and your crit on both of them, yes. Like, okay. Yeah, we're using that. And then the question becomes, well, what scepters do I end up using? Like, well, we could use just your baseline Queen Scepter,
Who in the flame are you?
which is a good idea mostly because it gives us potency, which we don't care about because we have better specifics. It gives us insightful potency, which we don't have specific insightful stuff for fire and, well, in this case, evil, but alignment in general. And it also gives us a decent amount of spell sight, which we wouldn't have elsewhere. So that's probably a good one. We don't care a lot about DCs because our DCs are going to be high enough natively, and most stuff down at these levels doesn't have evasion anyway. So we're not really worried.
Scum! Keep coming! I won't die that easily.
So, next wave, eh? It's like, you heard Lars. He told you to keep coming because he's not going to die that easily. You don't want to disappoint Lars, do you?
Once the Swahagan get your scent, they won't stop until you're dead.
I'm sure they won't. Speaking of which, dead like these guys are dead?
We might actually get through this. Just hold for a little longer.
Excuse me. There you go, have some temporary health. Which is the main reason to take Featherfall as a Warlock, just to spread temporary health.
The Swahagan magic is gone. We beat them off. This time.
Hayden looks weary after surviving
Go
this
now.
latest
Tell
attack.
Ursa to hold the
Perhaps
barricade just
you
a
should
little
Alright,
longer.
we grab
Then
loots.
meet Amalgam at the base of Misery's Peak when you're ready. Go
With
now.
Hayden
Tell
finally
Ursa to
persuaded
hold
to
the
help,
barricade
And
just
we
a
finish
little
out.
longer.
Athos might
Then
finally
meet
win
Amalgam
this
at the base
struggle.
of Misery's Peak when you're ready.
4 minutes flat. Not awful. Still only 2700 XP, so it's not good,
A
but that is one of the
mangled
longer
sword
ones.
leads to an old abandoned camp of manufacturing.
I'm trying to think of what has partial resists, because the game doesn't do a good job of communicating what stuff has resists versus what stuff has magic resist rating. They'll both show up as general purpose reduced damage, like they'll be yellow. So it's like, oh, do I get a bonus for bypassing the resists on these guys? Or no, they just have percentage reduction, not flat reduction. It's like, ah.
Slightly obscured by the falling
It also doesn't do any good because most stuff
enter a musty
doesn't really seem to resist. It's either taking full damage or it's taking no damage. I'm thinking here like fire methods. Now, this is not the case if you are a melee kind of character. If you're a melee kind of character, well, you hit damage reduction stuff immediately in quests like this that have things like zombies and skeletons, because both of those have damage reduction against certain attack types. I love that taking 0 damage interrupts pulling a lever. Alright, And we're off. I feel like I'm moving so slowly because I got used to the the class move speed of Rogue. Not that we had a ton of move speed, like we weren't using sprint boosts or anything. But we did, at the end there, have like 16-ish move speed. Now what I should be doing here is I should be using my dashes more, because I have 7 charges of them now. So we should be able to do this a lot. What is this? Uncapped dodge.
It cannot be. Jacoby Drexelhand stands.
He's got so much health compared to like everything else. It's ridiculous. Especially if you're like a first life character, it's like your first time playing through. All the other stuff's got like 50 health and he's got like 500.
You take the cell key from his remains.
The good news is we now have enough points for an extra pack dice.
The decrepit catacombs are slightly obscured by the falling water.
That said, we will at some point get the same sort of 1% move speed per level, but it's only on cast of Stricken and Consume. And you might think, oh, well, other people get it permanently, why can't you get it permanently? And the answer is, well, 1, flavor, but 2, that is also permanently, because the buff lasts, I think it's 20 seconds, and each of those are on like a 6 or 8 second cooldown. So,
This entrance leads down into
as long as you're casting them semi-regularly, then it's fine. And I believe it is on cast, not on hit. So you don't even need to hit something. Pretty sure you can just cast it.
block your path.
Haha!
Capable of
Eldritch
withstanding
Blast
blows.
now affects webs. For years and years it did not, and you would have to like turn it off
The cells
and then hit things with a weapon.
number of desperate
In fact, back in my day, ranged weapons didn't work either. So if there were webs, you'd have to like take off your ranged weapon, like hit it with a sword, and then put your ranged weapon back on. There we go. Oop. Oh no, 7 damage from the trap. Whatever shall I do?
You have reached the Devourer's sanctum. From ahead, you hear a woman's plaintive cry for help.
Alright. Is the dude here for some extra XP? He is here. Hello, XP man.
The evil
Thank you for the XP,
will
man.
Spill innocent blood no more.
However, the captive was not there, so we have to go this way to get her. She can actually be either place. She's either down there next to that guy, or she's right here. And we'll skip Misery's Peak. Because Misery's Peak is a bit long. There are still some doors that can't be blasted by certain blast shapes. Good to know, Modna. I wonder, are they the same doors that have specific strength checks to break? I'm thinking like a Grave Robber in House J.
It seems as if all of Corvus
Because
were
I know that
holding
you can't
on
break
to
that
the
with
words
normal
of the next
weapons
great
if your
victory
strength is too low
with
either.
bated breath.
Trial by Fire. Oh, interesting. I don't know if those have a strength check on them. There's a lot of inconsistencies in the game for sure. It's just like, how does this work? This way. All the time? Oh no, not all the time. I think maybe the best example of it works like that, but not really, is knockdown immunity. It's like, so I have knockdown immunity. Yes. So I'm immune to knockdowns. You'd think that, but no. Well, what am I immune to? Some knockdowns. Which ones? Who knows? Like, maybe dragons? Oh, definitely not. Those are still going to knock you down. They are dragons, after all. It's like, okay. How about slippery surfaces? It's like, no, slippery surfaces that's a slippery surface. That's not a knockdown effect, per se. It's like, okay. So, what knockdowns am I protected from? Is it trip? Yeah, you'll be protected from trip some of the time. Some of the time. It's like, okay. It's like, knockdown immunity is just... It's like, what am I immune to? I have no idea what knockdown immunity makes you immune to at this point. You can't cast it without a target? Yes, but I think it works on breakables, if I recall correctly. It's been a little bit. But I do know that it doesn't have to hit them. Or rather that you get the buff as soon as you cast it. So if they are moving, if they somehow die before it lands, all of that. If they're out of range. Because there's also the whole timing thing there that, like, well, when do you get the move speed? Is it when the projectile gets to the end or when the projectile leaves your hand? And it's like, well, it's when it leaves your hand. You check with a breakable. Of course, in a quest with only a couple breakables at the end.
The scurrying feet of kobolds can be heard nearby.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, I could be wrong. There are a lot of mechanics in the game, and I know a lot of them. But I know so many of them that sometimes I get confused. And it's just like, so this is how it works, right? It's like, no, you were thinking of how the other thing works. This thing works differently. And I got tripped. If only I had knockdown immunity. Which would probably protect from that. Maybe. We don't know. Or at least I don't know. Off we go. I need to remember to use my leaps. These quests are short. I have enough charges to just brute force and use all of them. And use Rallying Cry, even though I only have one Purple Dragon Knight past life. So it's only 10%, but more than 0%. Hi. Finish. Alright, so yeah. That's a ringleader in 1 minute 24, and it's good for like 7,000 XP. As opposed to the other one that I was like, this is okay. It's like a little under 3,000 in 4 minutes. Whereas this one is just like, oh, yeah, no, we're at like 4,000 XP per minute. Which is why Ringleader is worth at least going a second round on Elite. It's not quite the old, it's like, well, what do you do for leveling? It's like, well, you go Reaper 4 times, and then Elite Hard Normal. It's like, really? But yes, really. It's like, okay, that's a little weird. And then they changed how the XP formula works with as far as like XP Ransack is concerned. And you don't do that anymore. They moved most of the bonuses into the first time clear bonuses. So to encourage people to run more quests than just chaining Ringleader and Information is Key back to back to back to back to back. Which I think was a good change. It's like, we should change the incentive for players so that they play a greater variety of quests instead of just doing the same thing over and over. And I think as far as the design decision, that's a pretty good one. It's like, did it slow down leveling? I think maybe a little, but I think it makes the overall gameplay much more enjoyable than just running the same stuff over and over again. And see, this time we only got 3.5k, so half as much experience. Thank you. But we made it in 1 minute and 19 seconds this time because it was Elite. Reaper was so much harder that it took us 5 seconds longer. Okay, Twitch is telling me that there'll be ads in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Can we do this faster than that? Probably. Can we, using chain shape, manage to not kill all the prophets? Probably not. So we have switched to Focus Blast. So we can try to maybe snipe the non-prophets. Sniping the non-prophets is, of course, why Interpol is after me. Here we go. We can use our movement speed stuff. That's profit, that is non-profit. And we get our dash in. Alright. Go, that's profit. We don't want to hit that one. Shaman down. Because it was only a normal shaman, not the Shaman King. If it were the Shaman King, I would be really worried about messing with it, because his wife is scary. I say, having only read, like, the first parts of the manga.
A ramp descends into the warehouse's lowest depth.
Off we go.
Surprisingly, the ramp is
Yellow dungeon alert.
free. This makes you feel.
Not the worst. We get to turn chain shape back on.
This must be the kobolds' air satisfied.
Boom. Eye of Kyber.
Cheap gem on the altar glows with a strange and sickly light.
Alright, can we finish? Possibly. Alright. And that brings us to the end of this hour of the stream, which means it is time for another health and wellness break, where we get to run ads that Twitch wants us to run. And we also take a break. We stand up, we stretch, we grab a drink, we grab a snack, we take better care of ourselves so we don't get blood clots in our legs. I'll see everyone in 3 minutes. Okay, we have returned. So, hope everyone had a good break. We got to eat some of our soup. We got to refill our drink. I see that you confirmed that you can cast it at a breakable, but did you... I can't tell if you mean, like, you don't know if you got the speed or not, or what exactly is going on there. This talks about my fiend skin. What is fiend skin? Do I not get that until a couple levels? Is it... let's see. Fiend skin. Alright, we get it at level 6. It's a passive. Okay. It's just passive defenses that we get at level 6. Understood. It says invalid target, so you can't cast it. Unfortunate. I guess I'm just wrong, or I'm remembering something else entirely. Okay, we have enough to get another pack dice. Alright. Maybe I was just thinking that's like, it doesn't matter if it hits, you just throw it and go.
As you enter the sewer, Garrison calls from above. Be careful down there. At the end of the tunnel, you see
Stupid gray oozes. Being immune to fire. It's fine though. You know, I have displacement this early, but because it scales with caster level on duration, it's like, it's really not worth casting. I mean, plus I have other defenses already, but like, it lasts 18 seconds. So it's just like, huh. It's like, ooh, I have access to displacement at like level 1. It's like, okay. It lasts 6 seconds. What are you going to do with 6 seconds of displacement? Here we go.
Notice a dim signal crystal above a lever on the far wall.
There we go. Off we go.
Metal grinds on metal, and ripples spread across the water.
But thank you for testing that. I wouldn't want to be spreading too much misinformation, or at least not accidentally. If I'm going to be spreading misinformation, it's going to be deliberate. For the lulz. As part of some larger, grander plan. What plan, you might ask? I don't know. I don't have one right now. Or do I? Or not. But I don't want to be accidentally spreading misinformation.
You leave the festering sewer water, only to be assailed by a pungent new scent.
This guy actually has a pretty good cloak that drops from his chest. It's a damage reduction cloak. So it's not very good for me, mostly because I don't need it. But if you're like a first lifer and that rare spawn spawns and you get the cloak, it's a DR4 slashing, I think. So you get that, you get your piercing ones from Korthos, and suddenly you're a lot harder to kill. Because flat damage reduction is stupidly powerful at low levels. Furorhide? Yes, that's the one. It's very good. I always forget if this one's worth it or not. Like, there's a lot of running in here. It's like, I don't need it because it's not good enough for me to keep around. But also, you know, I'm sitting here at level 3 with 150 health. There are different requirements as far as what I need for defenses versus a first life character. Past life characters, like, you get so many defenses from past lives. There's a ton of HP from the Primal Epic past lives. There's a ton of armor class from the other past lives. What I mean, the Marshall Pass
The
lives.
shelves muttering to
Do you think I have one for
Just wait for him to leave.
astral shards on the auction house right now?
Sealed Alsamara's books.
I didn't even realize that they weren't bound, actually. So that's good to know. Maybe I should have checked that chest. Should have gotten some astral shards for it. And we have to wait for him to leave before we steal his books.
The librarian has left the room. Quick! The librarian's voice shrieks. I know your true intentions.
Okay,
thief.
and off we go.
Traps will be the end of you.
Use different kinds of weapons to combat different types of undead. It's like, okay, or I could be dealing magic damage, and it doesn't matter. There we go. Rune 1. Rune 2. Rune 3. I never remember which sides they're on, so I'm tab targeting them through the walls. Well, technically it's not tab targeting, it's Q. Tab targeting just cycles through enemies. Q cycles through interactables. Stuff like levers, doors, breakables. Everything of that nature. So, we can use it to do all sorts of fun things. Target things through walls. Is the big one, really. But here, we just used it to find it's like, alright, where are these things? Over there? Okay, cool. Lever. There we go. Pop our move speed after we open the door. Q is literally one of the most important things to know in DDO. Yeah, it's super convenient. Like, son of a bitch. I did it again. I do this a lot, where I forget one of the levers at the end of this. The lever we pulled just opens the barrier so that I can get to the lever I actually wanted to pull. So, you know, we pull this lever, we go down and pull that lever, and then we need to actually pull this one. Oops. Speedrun ruined. We can no longer have an end-to-end marathon record. Now we have to go by splits. It's just like, oh, well, our split was really good here, but then we messed up this other one, so like, if we combine all our best splits, it'd be a world record, but we didn't get them back to back. It's okay, though. It's still not that bad. Oh no, traps. If we use that rune, then we don't have to fight these things. I don't care if we have to fight these things or not. Lover. Bookshelf.
You have found what you came for. It is time to leave this.
There we go.
place.
About 5k, 4 minutes. Probably could have shaved a good 30 seconds off of it, or more if we had actually done it right. But at this level, I pretty much think I'm okay as long as I'm getting 1,000 a minute. Which pretty much all of these quests do. So, what are we doing?
Set foot on the infamous butcher's
Oh, we could have taken level 4.
gauntlet that has inspired many grim
And we should have. Because level 4 means we can spend Reaper points. And just like, do we really care? Like, we're already pretty durable. We don't need the extra health. It's like, yeah, but what if I wanted a little bit more spell power? A little more spell power is always nice, right? I think so. Interesting. I was just actually staring at the quest progress thing to see if the Reaper counted for the kill counts, and it does, which makes it very convenient. So maybe you might have missed a guy or two, so you're going to get to the end, and it's just like, ah, I don't have them all. We're at like 78 kills, and we need 80. It's like, but if you had Reapers spawn, then it's not a problem.
Somewhere very close by.
And we take damage from the Fear Reaper. It's fine. We'll get our temp health back. How are we on kills? Could be better. We'll just take a quick side trip here. And this should get us what we need to finish out. You might be thinking, well, why? Why did you not grab the chest? It was right there. First of all, consent is important. You have to ask first. And second of all, it's a trap. You will get locked in, and guys will spawn and attack you. And I'm not worried about the danger. Obviously, we're fine. But maybe I don't want to spend the time for it. Also, thanks to the Reaper spawns, we only need to kill one more. Fortunately, there is a quote-unquote rare spawn here.
You have walked the butcher's path and lived. No easy feat.
Exactly 80. All according to Keikaku. Keikaku means plan. So, yeah. That one is much better than the library. 2.5 minutes for 6,500. So, you're looking at 2,500 XP a minute. It's just like, that's much better than the, you know, little over 1k a minute from the other one.
The air reeks of
Like 1,200-ish. There we go. But yes. Warlock is, in general, pretty easy leveling. And if you've got some gear and some past lives, it gets even easier because you don't need to worry about your defenses. You just kind of go, and you don't worry about things killing you because you're too tanky just from past life defenses. You gotta head to bed? Alright, thanks for stopping by, hanging out. Thanks for double checking and correcting me on the whole stricken and consume thing. I thought it did a thing, and I was incorrect. And now, thanks to your testing, people have more correct information. And we do like people having correct information. So off we go. I need to remember to use the dashes. But yes, I do intend to survive. It's like, oh no, we hit the trap. It did 10 damage.
The bulging chest in this room could only belong to one of the kobolds. The first of the kobold chieftain brothers has been slain.
There you go. This one is 5k in 1.5 minutes. So a little over 3k a minute. Which is why some of these quests are better than others, and why, if you're gonna skip one, library is a good one to skip. It's much, we'll say, less efficient than some of the other options. Haberdasher is almost worth skipping just because, while it is ridiculously fast, it's so fast that it doesn't have time to give you very much. Oh, and I keep forgetting to take level. I can take level after I jump down because there are trainers right down there.
A skittering sound beneath the floor.
There we
sets your
go.
nerves on edge.
We are a turret. It is nice that you can target them before they kind of fully spawn in. To at least get my Eldritch Blast aiming the generally correct direction.
With a final spasm, the last scorpion collapses.
Yeah, 2k in 40 seconds. Which does bring us to 3k a minute. It's just that it's only 2k total XP. But then again, nothing wrong with 2k total XP. Get on a horse. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Hi. Bye. And now we take level 4. Because what does level 4 lock us out of? It locks us out of level 1 quests. Were we going to go back and run keep on the Borderlands? The answer is no. No, we were not. Where is Warlock Trainer? There you are. Advance to the next level. Charisma, please. Take these. And... Silence Creature? I don't know if I've ever used that spell. Take Blur. We have one more point. Where does that point go? I guess we start going into Acolyte of the Skin. Get some firepower.
Across the room, you see an iron defender. Beast looks fierce. Descending into the basement, you hear another sound
There we
of
go.
whirring gears and a guttural growl.
Lever. Let's see. Jump. Featherfall right before we hit the bottom. Oh, I should probably take Blur out, shouldn't I? And Web.
You see one of Osgood's men making his way down the tunnel ahead. He hears you approach.
Making my way down tunnel. Moving fast. There we go. I will say the nice thing about Chain, or one of the nice things about Chain, is that you're like constantly surprised by stuff just kind of happening magically. Like, you're just shooting at one guy, you know there's a second guy you need to shoot in order to actually progress the quest, and it's just like, oh, it's already dead. Just magically got bounced to, and I didn't even need to look at that guy. Which is quite convenient, really. But of course, it comes at the downside of, if you have a big group, then you're way worse off than Cone Shape. That said, as was pointed out earlier, most of these quests early on don't have big groups to start with. And even if I do want to gather things up, well, really, they're not going to get a chance to gather up, because if I'm chaining them while I'm gathering, because, you know, why wouldn't I? Like, the only reason I wouldn't is if, for some reason, using Eldritch Blast slowed your move speed some, which would be a huge nerf to Warlock if they did something like that. But as long as I can move at full speed while blasting, I might as well thin the herd as I go. And then, well, then there's no giant horde to kind of cleave all at once at the end. They all die on the way.
The secret path ends in a well-kept garret that tends to growl in defiance. You lift the case and slide it onto your back.
There we go.
They return to the Fairlane representative.
I think that's it for Harbor 2s, really. That was quite quick. Which means, where do we go next? Let's just double check our list, shall we? Blah, 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 blah. Misery's Peak. Baldry Chain. Total Chaos. I guess we just hit Waterworks. I say as I jump into the water. No, that's not what I wanted. Waterworks. Not to jump into the water. Now, is it a little early for Waterworks? Yes, we're only level 4. Wait. I just said the magic words. We're level 4. We need to spend Reaper points. Charisma. Strength. All right. We are now slightly stronger
The strong smell of sewage
in that
permeates the
we
air
have
around you.
6 more universal
You
spell
hear
power
human voices up
in
ahead.
Reaper. And 50 health. 50 health is nice too. I think it's max 50, right? Because we're under level 5. It's 50 before level 5, and then it's 100 from 6 to 10, 200 from 11 to 15, 400 from 16 to 20, and then 800 and then uncapped. So we should be fine. Hello, Guard Timber. We're going down. We talk to Timber. Alright. Anyway, we started blasting. Anyway, we kept blasting. Oh, excellent. The key is in here. It has a couple different spawn points it can be at. Hoo-hoo! That's one of those things that's a nasty surprise for if you were like a First Life character. And that spider just hit me for 48 damage. Which is more than a lot of characters, like First Life characters, would have here. And why? Because it was a type of champion that gets a big bonus to its damage when it gets knocked to under half health. So it gets knocked to under half health, it gets the buff, it hits me once, and boom, 48 damage. What? Go. Here we go.
You hear an arrogant and loud yipping voice behind the door.
Hi. That's a Plague Reaper. He hit me for 30 something as well. We're actually taking damage in this quest. Go figure. And we have no way to heal, actually. So we're limited to only shielding instead of healing. Or technically it's temporary health, but if you're talking like general gaming terms, this is like shield versus healing. Like if you're thinking WoW, Power Word Shield, or even MOBAs if you've got shields versus healing, it's over health is what it is. There we go. We gambled on being able to get that channel done. And it worked out for us. So it was very convenient. Decent number of Reapers, though. Let's see. There's only 60 here. We needed 14 for the other. But hey, Remnant. There we go. 6K. Not bad. In who knows how long. Because we moved to the next. Like, do we need to kill these for ourselves? No. But we're going to be escorting the dude back through this section. And I don't feel like him getting jumped when we come through, so. Groups of 4 is an awkward number because the first set of blasts just straight up kills 3, and then there's just one dude at full health, and it's just like, oh. Well, that's awkward. Lever. Valve.
Clan Nashtooth's main prison.
Alright, is this the, no, that's random prisoner. We want specific prisoner. This specific prisoner is down below. Hello, shaman. Goodbye, shaman. Alright. Excellent. There we go. Hi. Going this way. Hopefully he doesn't get distracted. Good. The question is, do we keep running Waterworks after the first 2? Because Waterworks is one of those chains that's split in its leveling, where the first ones are a different level than the later ones. In this case, it's just 3, 3, 4, 4. So we will be 2 levels under if we choose to go to the next set. However, we're strong enough that I think we can pull it off. And I'm not really going to be running any other level 2 stuff. Other options for level 3 stuff would be stuff like Saltmarsh. Like, we can definitely head there. But I think Saltmarsh, despite being a level lower, is probably more difficult than the second half of Waterworks. Plus, I mean, we're already here. So, might as well. I don't know if it's worth using dashes in the wilderness area versus saving them for the quest, because unfortunately, entering a quest does not restore all of your charges. Just finishing and leaving a quest does. Or shrining, of course. Like, we could stop at a shrine just to get 7 charges of dashes, but I don't know if that's a good use of time. That said, we are going through things pretty quickly. So, that is nice. Maybe if I, like, see a shrine on the way, but I don't think there are any, like, directly on the way. I think I'd need to go off to a side section to see one. I think there's a shrine in there. Yes. Oh no, it's a big group. I can only kill 3 at a time. However, it's a wilderness section, which means it's basically normal difficulty. Which means every Eldritch Blast is going to kill 3 of them. So we are under level, but it's fine. Well, it's probably fine, at least. The fact that the quest starts off with gray ooze that take very little damage from me. You might be like, but your damage is split, right? It's like, well, kind of. We don't have scaling very well on the forest part yet. Because of the, because basically we spent a lot of our points to get extra packed dice. And packed dice are the fire ones. That doesn't get us more baseline Eldritch Blast dice.
In the center of the room, a grate covers a shaft that disappears into the depths of the sewer.
So we have a lot more one kind of dice than the other.
Dropping straight down this shaft would be deadly. The seat plates intersect.
Which is why we do a lot more fire damage than force damage. Alright. Off we go. Now, this acid you'd think would hurt, but it really doesn't hurt that much. And now, if you are struggling with that section, like, it does hurt you a lot because you just don't have enough health, or you don't have any resists, and your saves are bad, and your character is just not able to endure that. There are valves in there so that on your way back, at least, you can turn off the acid instead of running through it both ways. You still do need someone in the party to go through it the hard way first, but once someone does, they can turn off the jets. Now here is somewhere that I have gotten absolutely wrecked before by something that they just cast that managed to miss me. But it's not Polar Ray. Polar Ray is the like higher level, even more dangerous version. It's what, Nyax's Cold Ray, I believe. But that can really light you up in there, as can the lightning bolts. Oh, Plague Reaper. Hello, Plague Reaper. See, that's an example where cone shape would be much better. You walk up with cone shape, you two-shot the whole group instead of having to kite around a little bit as you two-shot 3 at a time. Alright, but we put up Featherfall because we gotta fall down here. We're not going to shoot anyone because we want to plausibly delay... Oh, double Reapers. Triple Reapers. Well, 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 aren't we popular? We just got our ass beat because it decided, you know what? You were overconfident. You're like, I can go in under level. It's not a big deal. We're going to drop triple Reapers on you while you're trying to dance around on platforms. It's like, oh. But why? And the answer is to teach you a lesson in humility. And instead, I lived anyway, so they can suck it. In this case, they is, well, random number generator, I suppose. But still. I swear there used to be a rare spawn Minotaur here, but I haven't seen it in a long, long time. And we spam Q. We spam Q trying to target the guy through the walls. Warning gongs. Alright, we kill dudes. The other option is, of course, you just walk up to each cell and look inside, like using your eyeballs. The old school method. But, you know, sometimes you take the new school ways, and they're more convenient. Okay. Alright, so we have the normal prisoners, but not the special prisoner that we actually want to get. Alright, we need to find him still. So. Oh, there he is. So if you're looking for him, that's what the corpse looks like. This is what you're looking for if you can't tab target him. There you go. Easy 5k in under 2 minutes. So now we just full recall and head to more level 3s. Do we want to hit Saltmarsh? Like, what is there? There's Saltmarsh, there's Catacombs, but the problem with Catacombs is it has the black fire skeletons, the black something or other skeletons, which are immune to fire. And I don't want to deal with that, so we're not gonna. We're gonna get more fire spell power. Oh, you know what? We'll do Lost Gatekeeper's Chain. It's right here. That's a good level 3 chain. Now, it does have a problem with one of the quests for me. Because, you know, there's a lot of fire stuff. But I guess that one will just be a little slower. You know what I didn't do? I missed picking up a quest. I missed picking up captives. Fortunately, we can just pick it up on the way-ish. We have to zone to pick it up, so it's not exactly on the way, but the quest giver is through this gate. So we'll grab that. Hi. And out we go. So first, we will not save the dogs. You can save the dogs, but saving the dogs is optional. So we are going to skip it. Besides, I'm sure they'll enjoy being, you know, wherever they end up.
Caravan blocks the road to the west.
They'll be fine. They're very adaptable creatures, really.
Things look peaceful on the road to Nash's farm, but the hills echo with distant shouts and the barking of dogs.
Alright.
The orc raiders have thrown up a crude barricade across the road to discourage anyone from returning to the farm.
Alright, we're chain shaping our way. We are at yellow dungeon alert. But hopefully stuff either leaves me alone, or it gets close enough that it can die. Alright, we're at red. But as long as we keep killing things... Yeah, we can get out of red. Not that red is that big a problem until we get to the end boss. End bosses are red, or at least red names. Get a ton of extra defenses, which is a little bit of a problem for us. So,
Save Nash's house from the flames.
I expect more stuff will group up. Unfortunately, we do not have the ability to just super AoE them down, but if we can get small groups like this, so we're down to orange. Oh, we're back up to red. They're refusing to group up to deny me my efficient killing. How are we red again? It's like, I keep killing stuff and it keeps going down again. He's orange, so he has decent defenses. note how little damage he's taking. But it's fine.
The local orcs will think twice before raiding another farm.
Just takes a little bit longer to kill him. I was hoping stuff would be close enough so that I could kill it on the way, but I guess there was too many ranged units that were like stopping to shoot me, so they never quite caught up or got into range. Which happens. It's okay.
A dusty caravan blocks the road to the west.
Alright. Now some of these quests will have a little bit bigger pack sizes, so we're going to see some of the downsides of chain shape. But it shouldn't be too bad. Especially because, well, if it takes like 4 blasts instead of 2, that's still pretty quick.
The local orcs have transformed this cave into a shrine. Something glimmers nearby. It must
like
be one
scorpions.
of the revealed by the gatekeeper's spell. A groan from the nearby cot shows that this orc elder is alive, though not in any condition to receive guests.
That's a lot of champions. I guess this is the other downside to chain, is that cone is easier to hit, just like mechanically. You just aim in a direction and stuff dies. Whereas if you're shooting chain shape and stuff is moving and the first projectile misses, then it doesn't bounce and you don't get anything. So that's another downside.
Decorate this modest fountain. Clear water gushes out into the
Chain. The biggest advantage to chain shape is which tree it's in. Like, that is really how I come down on it. Is its biggest advantage is that it is in the same tree as the nodes that give you extra packed dice. Like, so it's easier to build too. There we go.
Ahead is a small fountain, flanked by 2 large bears. Fortunately for you, these particular bears are stuffed.
Let's see, what is the other one? Like, the other one is that it can hit stuff around corners, but that's quite niche. It can hit stuff a little bit further away, especially if there's, like, some guys spread out on balconies. It can bounce between them, so that's nice. But the strongest thing it has going for it is it's sitting right next to, would you like 3 extra packed dice? And the answer is yes. Yes, I would like 3 extra packed dice. Especially at low level, where, let's see.
To reach the home of the elders.
Yeah, we have 4 packed dice. 4. 3 of those are from enhancements. And if you have a leap, you can skip this whole bottom section. So we will, because we can. And look, our leap has cooled down. And we kill some ravens. Quoth the raven, we are nevermore.
It seems that the final resting place of the orc
Alright,
elders has
we've got a
watchtower
reaper coming for us.
and
Carnage.
a guardian.
Hurts a little, but not too bad. Got some more ravens up here that are going to come down and attack us. Maybe? There we go.
You found what the initiative
5k,
center
3
is,
minutes.
The skull of an orc elder. Yet who was
Just
it that
really
sent the
solid
initiate
stuff.
to plunder this
The question I
sacred
have for
site?
myself here is, for the next quest, do I take the shortcut or not? Because the shortcut contains a lot of fire immune things. So it might actually take longer. So I'm going to take the quote-unquote long route and see if it actually is that long after all.
The old mine here has long since collapsed.
Now, what I don't remember is whether or not the magma brute is fire resistant or fire immune. in either case, we're going to cast Resist Fire on ourselves. But we're going to find out here in a second.
You've arrived at the main shaft of the abandoned mine. Security
Alright, so the shortcut is that way. We're going to head this way.
Long after the mine is left.
Come up here. Lever. It helps that we have movement stuff.
These destroyed constructs look like they've been partially eaten. Spiders certainly wouldn't do that. There must be something else around here. Something with a taste for metal.
Alright, we have rust monsters that we need to kill. Ah. I tried to tab target, or rather Q target to the lever, but I got the breakable instead. Which is one downside to the Q targeting. But you're going to get that with any sort of tab targeting system. Which is that sometimes you'll tab target to the wrong thing if there are multiple options on screen. Spellcraft, please. Thank you.
To a barrier that blocks the path forward. The barrier fades.
Hi.
And a wave of searing heat buckles
Okay,
your face.
it is fire resistant. So if I had gone deeper into Acolyte of the Skin and gotten bypass fire resistance, this ancient magma brute would be taking a lot more damage right now.
The rumble of the root ends, leaving only the sound of its magma flowing.
But we didn't go that far. We got packed dice instead for general purpose damage, not extra damage against things specifically that resist us.
The something old yet new that Capstone was sent here to collect.
The old mine here has long since collapsed. Someone must have dug one too many
Alright.
times.
And off we go. Question is, do we have enough search to do this the fast way? I don't actually know if we do.
Lily Hargrove returned home in search of something bright and loud. All you see when you enter is an old woman sitting alone.
We need to
by a
get to the
fire.
garden.
She doesn't seem to notice you. The old woman rambles on, her thoughts clouded by some terrible experience. Suddenly, a shadow passes over her face.
The garden! The garden!
She gasps. You find a dull and rusted
Okay.
scythe among the other garden tools in this workshop. You take it with you. Perhaps
So
you'll
in we
need
go
it
to
someday.
here. Various remnants. Got this. Do we make the search? We do. Excellent. And we're moving. It is really nice having so many charges of the dash. Like, because I have the past life of the iconic, I have 3 charges, but 3 charges makes it feel like you can't really use them because they'll be all gone immediately. Like, there's no point. Hey guys, what's better to get first for a favored soul tank? Heavy armor proficiency or tower shield proficiency?
Find yourself on the back porch.
Do you need tower shield proficiency? So, and I only ask that because most of the benefits you get from a shield, you get for holding the shield regardless of whether you're proficient or not. Like, the biggest downside to not being proficient is you lose hit chance for melee. And I don't know how much your favorite soul tank cares about its melee hit chance.
Lily's family turns in surprise to see their estranged daughter. They notice that something about her seems
A lot? Okay, well then yes, you will need that. But as for what to get first,
Briar screams.
how much does order matter on a tank in general? Like, because this is my other question, it's just like, well, if you're still leveling, and you're leveling as tank, leveling content in general isn't hard enough that it should matter either way, so just do whichever feels best. Or whichever you feel like.
Corporeal figure appears before you.
But if you're like in a static group and you're trying to level an R10, so it really, really matters, I mean, I guess the heavy armor proficiency, because there's a lot of good large shields that you can use, but you're definitely gonna want to be in heavy armor. Maybe. It depends. The downside of heavy armor is the whole dodge thing. So who knows, maybe while leveling you'd be better off in lighter armor with higher dodge. I haven't done that much tanking, so this isn't one that I personally feel too qualified to give an expert opinion on. I can, of course, talk about it at length, like, I know what the trade-offs are, but I don't know which is better. It's just like, well, you could do this, and that gets you this, but you lose that. And I know all of that stuff, but I don't actually have the math down to know which of the trade-offs is actually the better decision. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. Because the stuff I normally hear about tanks isn't about ordering level, because most people aren't tanking while leveling. So the ordering doesn't matter as much. It's just like, yeah, this is the stuff you want once you're at cap. It's just like, ah, I see. Understood. What kind of Reaper is that? Looks like Fear or something based on how it's stopping to cast stuff on the way. Which way are we going? We're going this way. Let me out. Thank you. Scorpions. Oh, these guys resist fire too. Go figure.
Why is the sound of ears heard inside a temple devoted to the goddess of nature?
You're going tower? Excellent. I'm glad I could talk at you for a bit, even though I have no idea if it was helpful or not. It's like, this is one that I am vaguely knowledgeable about, but not specifically knowledgeable about.
Cool, damp air blows up from
Boop.
caverns deep below.
That said, there are a decent number of like good tower shields for leveling too. Actually, now that I think about it, if you're wearing a tower shield, that might be the limiter on your dodge even more so than heavy armor is. Depends on what your other trees are. Because Favored Soul, I believe, doesn't usually go pure for tank. You usually splash like 3 Paladin, I think? So at least you can get the Paladin defensive stance and extra threat, and there's just a lot of good stuff for 3 Paladin. It's like, so a 17-3 split is something I know has been around for a while. I don't know if it's still meta, maybe it's like the old way of doing things that is no longer correct, but those defensive stances out of 3 Paladin or 3 Warrior are just a lot of cheap MRR, 3RR. Oh no? What's the oh no? I keep talking about things and I don't know which thing I've said is the oh no. Which is the trick to this sort of asynchronous communication. I guess it's not asynchronous, but it's a little indirect, I suppose. Somewhat delayed, perhaps. Oh look, a named guy. Please give me a little bit of bonus XP. Yeah, he did. He gave me a very little bit of bonus XP, that is correct. Extra 400. But 400 for just a simple drive-by, I'll take it. You know what, we'll put up resist fire just in case. I guess it's cool now because you'll get both in the end. Oh, did you just look at, like, your gear for, like, 2 levels from now before you have your next feat? And it's just like, oh, wait, I wanted to put on heavy armor there. Oops. Oh, well. Yeah, aha. So you've delayed your heavy armor equipment for a couple levels. But yeah, as you mentioned, you're gonna get them both in the end, and while leveling, there's only so much tankiness that is useful.
The orcs somewhere atop the smaller island, a deep orc voice.
Pull the lever!
It must be
Got it.
your commander directing his troops.
Ooh, remnant. Bandit. That dude, we're gonna get attacked by wolves here in a second. Oh no, wolves. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
A crumpled figure lies inside a nearby cell. It must be one of the captives.
Wake up, buddy. Wake up, samurai. Well, he's more of a captain than a samurai, but close enough.
The nearby cell. You see a captive
Here we
inside
go.
the nearby cell.
Another lever. So many levers to pull.
It must be Lady Aslan.
Gravnock. Alright, sure, run around, Gravnock. Go for it. I think actually, possibly the funny thing here is that my feats are completely useless right now. Because I grabbed metamagic feats, but metamagic feats don't apply to Eldritch Blast, and Eldritch Blast is the only thing I am currently doing. So it's just like, oh, well, so much for that.
The road continues east into territory controlled by hostile Gruul tribe orcs.
Alright, so it is time to take level 5 and re-gear. Alright, so Warlock Trainer. More Warlock levels, please. Thank you. Firepower. Physical resist rating. And then we'll get 6 max HP. Yay. And then we get resist bypass. Okay. To the bank! It is time to figure out what the heck we're wearing. So this is something that we talked about a little bit earlier, that the ring situation is going to determine a variety of things. Want to see my deposits? Thank you. Alright. So, we want the Ring of Summer's Heat, definitely. Boom. Ring of Summer's Heat. We also want a bunch of other stuff, actually. We also, however, have a break, because you've been live for another hour, so it is time for to once again take an after these messages. We'll be back. Wait. What is this? My timers are off. One timer said ads were starting in 20 seconds, and the other said ads have been in progress for 2 minutes. And I think the one that they've already been in progress for 2 minutes is the more accurate one. So we have missed our break! Oh well. We will proceed regardless. So we'll wait another 40 seconds or so for the people who are stuck in ads to get back. And then we'll talk about gearing. Meanwhile, I have a bit of a snack break. Okay, so, sorry about that. I had two different timers. And one said the ads were going to start soon, and the other said the ads were currently running. And I was looking at the wrong one. So, welcome back, anyone who got stuck in ads. We have not changed out any of our gear yet, except that we put on our Ring of Summer's Heat. So, we put on the Ring of Summer's Heat. What else do we want to swap to? We want to swap to the Leaf Mail. Because it is better. In every way, shape, or form. Well, except defenses, because this had Reaper and Mythic on it. We didn't even have a belt, so Dire Bear Belt is incredibly effective. We have Cloak of Winter, which we need to move down there for the swap. And let's see. Dead Ringers are better. Necklace is better. And now that leaves us with a question of this ring. So, here we have... We can ignore the Combustion and the Wizardry because we have better elsewhere and they don't stack. So we have 10 to Universal Spell Power, or we come here for a Ring of the Red Abishai. We get Insightful Combustion, Quality Combustion, and Evocation Focus. Now, Evocation Focus doesn't matter, I don't think. But suffice to say, we have a choice here to make. So if we want to look at our stats... Right now, Fire versus Force. Fire is 174, Force is 1... Oh, thank you for the follow, Illuni. Welcome. I'm glad that you... Even if my advice was not helpful, you managed to rubber duck yourself. And if you're not familiar with the concept, this comes from programming which is referred to as rubber duck debugging, which is where you talk about the problem to the rubber duck that is on your desk. And the way this works is basically a good way to learn things is to teach other people how to do things. So by trying to explain to the rubber duck what is going on, you get insight yourself into what is going on just by kind of talking through it with someone who is not talking back to you. If your debugging rubber duck is talking back to you, that is AI and we need to kill it. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So we should probably drop 10 force from here to go from 148 to 138. And our fire will go up to 174 to 192. Okay. So we gain 16 fire at the expense of 10 force. I think I'm okay with that. Especially because after we lose the runic trinket, it'll change as well. Or, maybe it's not as worth it. Because what we're going to do here is we're going to go grab a Queen Scepter. Nope, that's not what I wanted. We're going to grab a Queen Scepter because we no longer need the Fire Stick that we have. So... a Queen Scepter. So... this will give Insightful Potency as well as Spell Sight. So the 10 Spell Sight is going to be very nice for us. But because this has Insightful Potency, we don't need this one anymore. And the Scepter of Impulse... okay, alright, we're going to move some stuff around here a bit. Because I believe we have a Prince's Scepter in here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So we have that for DCs. Okay. So we have that for DCs. And we probably don't need that for DCs, actually. We'll put this back. Now that I think about it. But the other thing is that now, instead of Force, we should really be using Evil, which is at 174 as opposed to Force is 1... Yeah, overall it's just better. So, Evil requires that we have points in Utter Dark Blast, which we don't currently. So we need to drop points out of here. And I think we'll do that. Reset tree. Turn on Utter Dark Blast. Utter Dark Blast. There we go. Now, it used to be that Force had the advantage that, you know, it bypasses magic resistance and so on and so forth, but they changed that very recently when they released Arcane Trickster. So, that's not a thing anymore. And now we definitely want to swap this, because we no longer need the Scepter of Impulse at all. So, that goes away. This comes here, this comes here, this comes here. And we have this as a ranged weapon. Okay, cool. Alright, we should be good to go. But good to go where? Good to go to Saltmarsh. I think we're going to Saltmarsh. Actually, we're right here, and we have the quest. Let's do housekeeping. Little bit of housekeeping never hurt anyone. Now, one downside of doing housekeeping is that hags are immune to fire, so it's going to take a little bit to kill them. But that's fine. We will make do.
One of the hags notices your presence.
Would you look at that? More adventurers. I don't remember
okay.
Food.
Another hag responds.
So
Stop thinking with your
we
gut,
now get to
They
go...
brought us another set of ritual
Okay, so we're now 2 points further behind in getting our damage resistance bypass, which is fine. We also didn't learn how to cast Night Shield because we assumed that we were going to be getting permanent Night Shield, which is not ideal. We probably shouldn't have done that. But it is fine. Everything will be fine. We've been kind of breezing our way through everything, so it's not a big deal. Of course, this is the sort of thing that isn't a big deal until it becomes a big deal. Like, oh, it's no big deal, and then it's like, oh, in hindsight, I should have made a big deal out of it.
Oh, look, more flies stuck in the jam.
Hello, Thel Shattertusk.
Idiots, grumbles Thel. We screwed up. Bad, adds Capstone.
Well said. Have you dueled before?
There has to be something we can do, mutters Foxpaw.
Alright.
Would you like some tea?
And now we blow everything up. Now, this is a bit of a trap part of the quest for certain builds, because it's like unexpectedly early in the game, there are things in here that heal from cold damage. So if you're predominantly cold damage, and you walk in here, it's like not only are you not dealing damage, but you are healing them.
But the undead kept coming and coming. It's the ancestors after their revenge. Look, I know now that taking that skull was a bad idea, but I was just trying to locate a threat. How was I supposed to know that the threat was me?
Alright.
I know. It's hard to think straight when you're fighting, says that.
I believe it's the sheer spites, like the skeletons that heal. Oh, a Famine Reaper. And a Carnage Reaper.
I get frustrated.
Alright, the core issue is the anger, yes? Yes. Oh look, it resists fire. How problematic that I keep finding things that resist fire. Not immune to fire, because the enhancement wouldn't help me.
So, how can we defeat these hags? Let's think.
It's like, well,
your soul isn't all
it would be really nice to have that bypass, but we don't have it yet.
Hey, what did you do?
The hags continue to argue somewhere up above.
Alright, now we just need to wait. Let her rip. And we fight some hags.
Said Beatrice.
All right, new plan. Beatrice, eat them.
Cadence says.
Eat them all.
So they are immune to fire.
I need healing. Coming right up, sister.
Response Cadence.
There we go. We got hit by some poison, and it hurt a lot.
I've got you, sister.
Replies Cadence.
Alas, I am all.
Hooray!
What an awful fate to be slain by the likes of you.
Boom. 6K.
Cadence bemoans
It's a bit of a
her
slow
own
6K, but
lots
it's a
of
6K
ground
nonetheless.
burns to dust. Agnes collapses, groaning.
And we run
Then
to
she
Saltmarsh, I
puffs
guess?
into a cloud of dust.
Will you hurry up? We're on a schedule.
Cadence reappears.
Like,
in a
another
tree
option would be
and disappears just
to
as
try to
suddenly.
hit some stuff really early. Like, we are level 5. We can probably hang in Green Barrel Cove,
As she
but
falls
it's still a
over
little early
and
for that,
scatters
so
into dust.
we're going to take a quick run over here to Saltmarsh, see what we can do about that. Hi. Yes. Let me move! Stop zone lagging. And I know asking DDO to stop lagging is just an exercise in futility, but hey. Sometimes you have to ask even if you know the answer is going to be no. Chanticleer, Feywild, more lagging. The thing is that I get the extra bonus insight because I'm streaming that when I hit spots of lag, I can look over at the stream and be like, okay, is it me or is it the game? And it's the game. It's DDO. It does that sometimes.
Stands atop the cliffs. A stiff wind
And we'll
blows
put a
up
public
from
group up,
below,
sure, why not?
carrying the briny stink of churning salt water. The front door opens into a musty, dirty entrance hall.
Alright, we're going through this way.
Spotty faint footprints in the filth, leading down the corridor ahead. Inside the stuffed owl bear's beak, you find a lever. As you pull it, you hear stones shifting overhead.
Oh, there's the sparklies.
You find the
Silver key. Where there's a silver key, there must be a silver door.
In the center of this room lies a single torn mattress. A fiddle tunes singing.
Ah, no luck. Okay, chill, Israel. See, I'm glad at least some person got it.
As you ascend the stairs, you hear an
I've heard that so many times. Just like every time you pick up a silver key. Where there's a silver key, there must be a silver door. It's like, I get it.
The runes in the floor light up.
We understand. Match the colors. We graduated kindergarten. We can do it. We can match colors.
The crystal on the wall flares a bloody red and sounds a beating chime. You can hear the same noise coming from upstairs.
I suppose it's matching materials, although silver is both a material and a color. You can't? You're colorblind? Well, that's why you go off of materials, then.
Beneath the rug,
The silver will weigh a different amount than something like iron or gold.
a festering infestation has twisted this bedroom into a spider's den. From the doorway, you can see a glint of metal in the fireplace.
I don't think I got the right key, which means it's going to be in the annoying
The
place.
kitchen is dirty and damp.
Find the iron key. Of course it is.
Missing a few treads and
Which means it's in the chest.
the door on
Which means I need to find the
the heavy
combination to open it. You also can't. You're too weak to lift either. That's got to be a pretty big key there. We're talking like you've been awarded the key to the city level silver keys. 215. It's a shame that we got the long way.
This was once a fine guest bedroom, but rodents.
215, 73. Got it.
That at you. What was once a fine master bedroom.
215, 73.
A small wooden trunk stands at the foot of the bed. It's laid closed. The ghostly figure in the corner of the room turns toward.
Code's always the same? Oh, neat. That does speed things up for when you don't get it in one of the easier routes. I do like the slow fadeaway you get with Feather Falling. It's just like, I'm gonna jump off this ledge while shooting you as I slowly drift away.
Spoiled wine clogs your nose with its acrid odor. You nearly trip on a bloody, dismembered body in the center of this chamber. Beyond this door lies a room so unlike.
Key is in a random room, so you're always just checking different locations. Yeah. The trick is that that was like the third location that I checked. Like, I had checked other rooms first because I didn't want to go to that one. It's just like, that's annoying. Stop flaming me!
I'll just have to stop you here then. You got moves. I'll give you that. But there's a reason why
Okay.
they called me the
It's
Scourge
fine.
of Satan. Where did you say you were from again? You're not just any brute.
If I wanted to be flaming, I know some people who know some things about fashion. I can do that. But make it my choice, not yours.
With one last gasp,
Okay, off we go.
assassin propels to a silent heap on the musty wood floor. Lanterns in support of structures line this musty underground passage, suggesting the presence
Welcome
of human activity below.
at
You
the
are
last
led
fight.
into a dingy, wet cavern with boxes and containers lining its walls. More smugglers stack their goods alongside the other merchandise. A robed figure turns toward you and shudders with surprise.
Guess we can break some barrels and stuff while we wait.
Rogue was useless, he says. Why our contact in town seemed to distract you is beyond me. The apparent leader of the smugglers glares at me.
Alright, we wait for them to talk.
We can't let you leave.
But yeah, I know the key can be like, we went in and we went up.
Should have heeded our warnings and left this house while you have the chance.
So it can be in that room with like the ghostly fiddle. It can be in the room that we unlocked with the red crystal. It can be in the chest with the code. And I think those are the only three places it can be. Alright, we're gonna wait for our monk person who has joined to zone in. And then we take this last fight. Let's see. So where do we want to put points next? I guess we do want to come up here and get Hellfire. This is... It's so weak. It's just like, ooh, 6 to fort saving throws. So we come up here, we want our bypass, and we want fire spell power. And then... something. Probably drop out of that. Okay. He is in, so we are in.
Your attack strikes first, and the wizard doubles over in pain.
There we go.
His speed, he asks in a pained
Sure, we'll
voice.
take Assault Marsh
Before
hay.
he can run away, you strike
Sorry,
him
Salt Meadow
one
hay.
last time. The remaining smugglers scramble
All right.
out of the cavern.
Now we're heading to the
presumably
ship.
To the ship where the rest of their operation waits. The gang will get their due in good time. For now,
Off we
you
go.
content yourself with plundering the smuggler's wares. That should make up for the treasure you have been.
But yeah, at some point, the little bits of extra fire spell power are just not going to be worth it. I think it might be ideal to just get the resist bypass, because I think that's so much stronger than a little bit of extra power, and then start going into a different tree instead. Like, we might only go like 8 points in.
The fools won't know what hit them. The deputy stops rowing to ask you. Port or starboard, Captain? Not seeing the familiar faces of their accomplices, the surprised crew demands to know who you are.
Hello, Need More Chai. Welcome.
To repel the intruders. It's going to be a long night.
Hope things are going well with you.
More smugglers appear on this deck to repel the first mate is dead. The first of many.
Captain's cabin. And yes, we have abandoned our party member. Cabin boy and the captain just having fun in the bathroom here. Nothing to see here.
Long live the... Among multiple love letters from various...
We get some documents, but no crests.
You find a work contract for hardware deliveries, signed by a barely literate envoy. More smugglers appear on this deck to repel the intruders.
Okay. Monk friend is a little weak, it seems. Oh. Hello, deck wizard. Are you here on the coast as a deck wizard?
More smugglers appear on this deck to repel the intruders.
The good news is that if Monk friend has any Reaper points, they will get healed just by going in and out of rooms. Wait a second. I just killed you outside.
The deck wizard collapsed. No longer.
Okay. So we only have one crest, I think. To the foxhole. Perfect Folk Envoy is an Archon, so might hit us hard if he gets the chance. Because they're one of the ones that get super powered when they get under half health. Alright, so we're only at one crest. Oh, that's a Fear Reaper. I need to go back up there to kill it. Where did it go? Did it come down after me? There it is. Grizzled Smuggler, Flameborn, which means it has fire resist. The Bosun is here. I don't remember what a bosun does.
The last of the ship's officers slain. The rest of the smugglers will be wise to surrender. The ship is yours.
Like, they don't automatically surrender, but they surrender as soon as you hit them. Just like, oh, my bad. My bad. You're the boss now. You're the boss. It's fine.
See a family of ugly-looking rats in the piles.
Okay, no crests here.
Neither of you were willing to share the boat.
Okay.
There are no rats left in the village, though you can't be sure about the rest of the ship.
Grab a fungus. Let me get the heck out of here. So where are the last two crests?
You hear someone call out from beyond the wall.
Hello?
There's one.
You find a curious creature chained in this room. sea elf by the looks of him.
Ah, he'd found one.
This is a
There we go.
lot of weapons.
This quest is actually not very good as far as an XP per minute thing goes, but it's still kind of a cool quest, actually, despite the little annoyances of RNG with it.
And Saltmarsh does not see it coming. You must warn the town.
So, there is that. But we will, we do it anyway. It helps with the saga at the very least. This next one is one I tried to farm a little bit last life. Because it's where the gold curse dagger drops. And I wanted one for my Arcane Trickster in the early levels. And I did not get one, which is unfortunate. But, you know. You can't always get what you want.
A long abandoned tower stands crumbling on the hillside. The upper floors
Hi.
have long since collapsed. Its stairs lead down into the dark.
And in we go. Back to basics. Which I believe also has an end boss that is fire resistant or immune.
Of the upper tower and down into the structure's sprawling basement. Now, to find the
This time we don't need to stop the traps because we can't disarm traps anyway. We just kind of hang in the middle and hope we don't get hit.
Whatever it was. A pulse of magical energy passes through the tunnels as the first level is approved.
Little bit of circle kiting. See if we can't open this door. Excellent. We made it. Again, maybe? Aha, yes.
Several goblins scramble up in surprise as you enter the chamber.
Man, this hero soul one is annoying. It's okay though. We got him.
A second flash of energy surges through the tunnels as another lever is pulled.
Saltmarsh oozes, I don't think, have the same fire immunity that normal gray oozes do, but we're going to find out here in a second.
A fetid stench wafts from this room. As the third lever is pulled, the barrier sealing the large chamber leads out.
Oh, never mind, they do. Unfortunate. But this is what happens when they're fire immune, and getting the extra points in Acolyte of the Skin will not help. But hey, we pulled all three levers, so now we can run to the boss. If the other party member we've got here isn't already on the boss. This is an advantage to having multiple people in the party. Sometimes, when one person's doing one thing, the other can be doing a different thing entirely. In this case, I'm pulling levers to unlock the boss, he can go be fighting the boss. Or he could be waiting for me to fight the boss. That works too.
The mage stands defiantly at the top of the stairway. You're too late. Nothing can stop me now. My new creation
Hello, Nightmare.
set the land ablaze. As the mage falls to the ground, the magic barrier
Ah, see? Only fire resistant. Another case where getting that fire resistance penetration would have been useful. And I just know, because this is how things work out, that as soon as I spend the points to get it, I'm just not going to be fighting anything with just little bits of fire resistance anymore. Or maybe I will, but I won't be able to tell, because it'll have like 10 fire resistance, and I'll bypass all of it, so it'll just look like it never had fire resistance in the first place.
A long abandoned tower stands crumbling on the hillside.
No hoping you just don't get hit if you go down the center? Well, apparently on the way back, I must have been a little bit off-center, because I did get hit. But yeah, I was pretty sure that if you stay dead center, you just don't get hit.
Rumor has it that
But
some
thank you for
Orion
confirming.
smugglers use the shacks as a rendezvous point under cover of night. This building looked abandoned from the outside, but once inside,
Alright, where are we
you see
headed?
signs of recent habitation. In fact, you can hear muffled voices from the next room. A muffled shout can be heard from one of the rooms.
You're good at confirming things? Can you give me, I don't know, some sort of bonus? Would you call yourself a seeker then? To help confirm critical strikes?
A figure in the corner calls for help as you burst into the room. The prisoner tells you that his
No? Okay, wow.
about a strange script he couldn't read. He
Not so
says
good
the
after all, now are
was
we?
taken down through the basement and into a cavern.
That would be affirmation? Oh, those things that I'm supposed to do every day. But I'm too much of an awful, terrible person who will never be good at anything to do any sort of affirmations.
Dank air wafts up from the lower level of the building.
That's how that works, right?
A musty smell permeates this part of the building.
Can confirm. See?
Down to the basement.
It works, probably. The system works. For some people, some of the time. And for other people, almost none of the time. Oh, speaking of the system, I still need to do my taxes. How unfortunate. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. I don't have a lot of complexity to them. It's just, it's an annoying thing to get around to drop an hour or two on.
Scratching and squeaking can be heard from deeper inside the cavern.
See how much money I need to pay.
The door to the eastern hallway is open.
I ended up having to pay a bunch of money last year, and then I didn't fix my withholding, so I'm probably going to have to pay a bunch of money again this year. Which is not the end of the world, it just means that I got to hold on to that money for a while instead of them holding on to it for a while. As long as it's not, like, too much. If you just choose to, like, just not pay any taxes and then do it all at the end of the year, then you get penalties. But as long as you paid... I don't know what the exact amount is, but it's like... If you only withheld, like, 10%, they're gonna be like, yeah, no. We don't appreciate that. But if you're like, yeah, I only got you, like, 70%, here's the last 30, they're gonna be like, good. Thank you for the last 30. See you next year.
Members of the Brotherhood interrogated her in a nearby building.
Ideally.
She fears that they're trying to summon her evil.
I do appreciate how even Chain Blast will burst whole stacks of things. Like that you don't need to worry about individually Eldritch Blasting each individual thing. I probably shouldn't phase tank things. Mostly because I don't have a way to heal.
A series of gears click in the distance, and a loud thump reverberates through the cavern.
So phase tanking is damage that's going to just stick and stay with me the whole way. Now, granted, we're at, what is that, 90-ish% health? And we're more than 90% of the way through the dungeon, so it's fine, really. Just like... And this came up... Oh, what was it? It was the last quest in Sharn 1. And it's just like, well, I'm down to like 20% mana. But we only have like 10% of the quest left. So I'm still not going to shrine before the boss fight. Because I have enough. Oh, that's new. I don't remember those being clipped into each other. The crystal and the lever. It could be wrong. Maybe that's been bugged the whole time and I'm just now noticing it. Like, see? Like, this one isn't bugged. The crystal is above the lever. Weird. And now we fight yet another enemy that is going to have some fire resist.
An angry form materializes inside the summoning circle.
Oh, never mind. It's immune. Doesn't matter either way. You just don't do much damage to it. As it's just beating up the monk.
What's going on? Don't tell me you bumped the ritual. Can't anyone in this backwater do anything right?
Oh no, you're doing fire damage to me. I'm so sad and scared.
Merit falls, but the violence of your struggle causes part of the chamber floor to collapse. A coffin lies in the corner of this dusty crypt.
There we go.
Covered in arcane warbs.
Shout.
The creature in the casket asks you to free him.
Rank
But
24.
you decide that there must have been a good reason for the
We've
thing
got
to be
plenty of
bound
headroom.
inside its coffin. Best to let sleeping apparitions lie. No one has used the warehouses of Prapper's Cove for
Off
years.
we go.
Officially, anyway. Rumor has it that some of the local
Okay,
smugglers
so
use the shacks as a
we
rendezvous
head by the
point.
skeleton. We go down. We talk to the queen. We go to the shipwreck. We kill the other queen type one. Then it's the hole, the croc, and the fire. So we have the 2 long ones left to do. And then another 4 after that.
Last skeleton
So we got 6 quests
just
left.
below the surface of the water.
And we've done 4.
Whether it's been there for months, years, or
So
centuries.
let's see what we can do about getting these cleaned up. Should have taken the other route. There's a ramp off there to the left that's faster than coming around this way. But it's not really a big deal.
Fortifications surround a low entrance into the hillside.
Lizard folk lair. Excellent. Excellent.
A lizard folk calls to you from up ahead.
Hi.
stranger. Our queen will wish to meet you.
The lizard folk queen wishes
Hello.
to speak with you.
Please open this so I can blast you.
Yet to get there, you'll need to make your way past the church.
Now this is a quest that can surprise you with random burst damage. Thanks to these shaman. Which is why the shaman should be focus targeted whenever possible. Because they can cast Splinter Bolt and produce Flame, both of which can really put a hurting on you. Oh wait, I think I went the wrong way. There we go.
The lizard folk queen greets you.
Hi.
I must speak with you.
And off we go.
We both face
We went a
threat
little bit too far.
destroy us all.
The lizard folk queen swears that she means no harm to the nearby village, but she faces a growing rebellion within her tribe. You've agreed to help her defeat
Boom.
High
Western
Shaman
Caverns.
Buffett, the leader of the rebels.
And this is the route I take. Is it the correct route? I don't know, but it's the one I always take. You'll cut me into little pieces, but you're a caster. Shouldn't you be casting at me? Let your buddies do the cutting. You can roast me with your fire and the flame. Navigating through the twisty passages using the mini-map while running backwards is a little tricky, I gotta say. But we can do it because we've been here before, so we kind of know the passages anyway, so it's not purely by mini-map, but still a little bit tricky. There we go. 1 crest. Remnant chest. And we move on. Touch of spring. And off we go. Alright. So that's one crest. The other crest is all the way up here. So we got a bit of a run to do. We hug the left wall because we don't want to aggro any crayfish over there in the water. This is probably a bad idea. Now, if we were using cone shape, it would be less of a bad idea because we could just AoE everything much more easily. But as it stands, it's quite a bad idea, as you can tell by us taking a ton of damage. It's fine though. We'll get that damage back as we have to move between zones. I did pick up the crest, didn't I? Yes, 2 crests. Very good. And off we go. I might be overestimating my durability because the last time that I played Warlock, I was Enlightened Spirit.
Beyond the gateway, chanting some sort of incantation, but the door to the temple is sealed with a pair of crests. High Shaman Kefir and the other rebel leaders have met.
Do I have enough wisdom for the shortcut?
Now to tell
I do. Very handy. And yes, that is a rune that's based on your wisdom.
The grateful Queen Othokent says that the lizard folk are willing to ally with Saltmarsh. But first, she asks 2 favors of you. Speak with the 3 ambassadors from other tribes.
Now, I know there is a way you can route this quest where you kill these guys on the way in, so you don't need to do this. Like, for this step where you go from the Queen to the Eastern Caverns, like, instead of taking a different fork on the way in, you take that fork on the way in, and I think it leading to kill fewer total guys. I can't really speak concretely to that one because it's not a route that I'm familiar with, but I'm pretty sure there is a more efficient way to do this quest than the way I am currently doing it. Mostly because this is what I figured out forever ago, and then I didn't learn a new way of doing it. I just kept using the existing way because it was good enough. Which is how a lot of things in life, really. In life work, really. Is that you find a way to do things, and it might not be the best way to do things, but it works well enough that you never find a better way to do things. Okay. Screw it, we're going this way. We'll fight you with these guys. There we go. Use the crest, talk to this dude. As the Saltmarsh combat music just blares. Lots of brass there. Okay, so the only trick to this quest with as far as routing goes, is the RNG nature of one of these next parts, where you have to find the thief. The thief is not always in the same place. So, we talk to you, you tell us, hey, find the thief. We talk to you. We'll diplomacy. And then we'll talk to you, and you only understand a certain kind of diplomacy. The old Klingon diplomacy route.
You've secured the Sea Elves' support in the
There we
Alliance.
go. Now it is time to look for the thief. There are a couple places he can spawn. So, let me get it to us straight away. There we go. So, he can be kind of in the jail here. He can be in next to these shrines. He can be in one of these two rooms. I forget which one. So, we're going to check the jail first. Okay. I think he's in first cell on the right, if he's here. He is here. Excellent. First place we looked. Very convenient. Thank you.
The thief collapses, dropping a carved bone necklace.
No! My treasure, he says, as he drops a giant chest. Excellent. Okay, off we go. Now we get to the end fight, and we don't have any more movement abilities, which is fine. We use them to get around the quest.
You've secured the Troglodytes' tribe support in the Alliance. Alarm bells ring out from the Central Ocean Ground. The lizard folk tribe weakened by the deluge need your help to survive the attack. Just as you arrive in the Central Ocean Ground,
okay. So, I forget how many waves there are here. Maybe 4-ish? Oh, that's a Plague Reaper. And it's a dead Plague Reaper. Very nice. Orion. A little bit problematic if it gets all charged up and one-shots things, but not too big a deal in general. Invader Cleric. Our buffs are gone. Now this is a place where chain works out well. Because I don't know if I could get them all with cone anyway, but chain is doing a good job bouncing around between them. Alright, there's the raid captain. Alright, very good. Now we just have to talk to her to finish out. And this one is actually pretty solid for XP, because it took us, what, 6 minutes? Oh, 11 minutes. I was way off. Never mind, it's not as good in XP as I remembered. Still only like 1k a minute. So compared to some of the really, really fast stuff we had earlier with things like Kobold's New Ringleader, it's not very good at all. But then again, not everything can be Kobold's New Ringleader.
Surround a low entrance into the hillside. This is the lizard folks' new
Kelpie down. And we're off. I wonder what that noise is. Like, is that like an actual noise that alligators make that they put into the game? Because it seems like a really weird noise. But I don't see the devs just like randomly making fantasy alligator noise. And if they did, you'd think they would make it something that seemed more normal. But instead, what we got was this like weird sort of like bark chirp sort of noise, which I'm guessing must be sourced from some sort of real animal. Okay, off we go. Trying to go faster.
The underwater cave opens up into a large cavern.
Oh, another Archeron.
There are doorways to the main cavern itself. The north door is sealed, leaving the south as your only option.
Take up the shaman first, if possible. Ooh, Mark of Law. I'll get rid of you first. A little bit of lag, never hurt anyone. It has killed me before, but that's besides the point. That doesn't fit with the saying. A little bit of lag kills you sometimes. Just doesn't flow off the tongue quite as well. Oh no, we set off a trap. Look at all the damage that we took.
Gears whir into action, and the ground shakes as a massive door grinds open nearby. Then there's a sudden clatter of stone. It seems
Off we
that
go.
the shaking caused the nearby cave wall to collapse.
This way.
Looking closely, you can see that the cave.
So our monk party member here seems to be struggling a little bit. I wonder if they're newer or just like monk hasn't hit his power spike yet. Or it could be like newer player or more experienced player just on a weaker character. Like they just have an alt for that they're leveling for some reason. Like they wanted to try it, or they're just trying something different. Maybe they're prepping first life stuff for some sort of contest. Who knows? Monk strong at all levels. Stick monk strong at all levels. I seem to remember punch monk being a little lackluster early. Like before you get stuff like whirlwind attack and spring attack, I remember it being a little bit weaker. Whereas with stick, you just like start level 1 and it's like beat with stick. What am I stuck on? I mean, granted, you could just start with a stick and then go fist later, but
You can see a pile of crates matching the sailor's description.
yeah, but then your feet are all messed up.
As you approach the crates, you hear a gut.
And I know Mr. Tarantino prefers them that way, but sometimes you want your feet to be nice and well organized, coherent.
Now, to recover the cargo you were sent here to find, you found the crates you were looking for.
Fist, I'm assuming you mean fist monk, not first monk.
It seems that sailor wasn't telling the truth.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just too used to things being at a certain level of easiness, and I was just presented with the slightest bit of conflict, just the slightest bit of trial or tribulation, and I was just like, ugh, this is awful.
This ship seems to have sunk.
How dare you make me work for anything?
Appears to be complete.
I wanted it to be easier. I say as I go like, wait. Wait, let me do this. I wanted it to be easier, I say with my hardcore wings that I soloed for, even when that wasn't even part of the challenge. Like, you didn't need to do that. There was no extra reward for doing it. There's no real reason to solo it. But I did, because it felt better.
Some form of sorcery.
I'll head to the lower level and try to distract a couple of Sahuagin.
I'm definitely someone who shies away from difficulty. Definitely. Absolutely. That's who I am. I hate difficult things. Well, I say that jokingly, but there are different kinds of difficulty, and some I enjoy, and others I just think are bullshit. So it can go either way, really, depending on what style of difficulty it is. That's Pam Reaper. Let me give an... You play a pretty good monk? I see. maybe I just don't play as good a monk. Maybe that's the problem. It is, in the end, a skill issue.
You hear the clang of hammers and the scrape of shovels nearby.
I thought the problem with Fist Monk early levels, as I remember it, was a lack of AoE, which of course goes away once you get stuff like Whirlwind Attack. And I know there's at least one cleave in the Sacred Fist version of Monk. I don't remember if there is a just baseline Punch Monk cleave that you can get. Unless, of course, you know, you take the cleave feat, which I've heard is better now because they added stuff like crit multi to it. So that might be what I was missing, is I didn't take the cleave feat like I should have. Or I might just be misremembering. It's been a while. These sea lions have just so much more health than everything else in here. It's very odd. Okay, so off we go. I'm trying to think what I last played as Monk. Because I know when I was doing my Tabaxi Trailblazer lives, I did Stick Monk. At least for 2 of them. I don't know if I did it for all 3 of them. But, I mean, but that's Tabaxi Trailblazer. It's like, why would you not go Stick? Sacred Fist is Paladin? Yeah, I know. But is it really? It's basically Monk. It's Sacred Monk. Ha! Another bot caught. Not that you can see it. Like, it got caught before it blocked things. Definitely more pally than Monk. I mean, I get where you're coming from. But it still feels monkey to me. But maybe that's just me wanting to return to monkey.
The Sahuagin must be using magic to sink the entire fortress.
How are we on health? We're fine on health. Probably. Oh, I didn't even see that there were Sahuagin attacking me. I thought that that was my my ally coming up behind me just so we could fight the statues that shoot at us. It's just like, no, that was an enemy. It's like, oh, okay. We took a lot of damage there.
An imposing figure commands the healing.
Okay, we got rid of them. A little bit more salt marsh hay. I feel like maybe I should have prioritized Purple Dragon Knight lives more. This, like, tiny little group sprint boost from having 1 Purple Dragon Knight life is just like, yay! We move 10% faster! How impactful! I mean, I'm still hitting it, of course. It's better than not having the move speed, but still. Where are we? We are here. Yeah, I know, especially as far as, like, talent trees go, obviously, it still has access to 2 of the main paladin trees. What does it lose? It loses Knight of the Chalice? see, what are the 3 Pally tank trees? Well, 3 trees. You got Sacred Defender, Knight of the Chalice, and Vanguard. That's what it is. Maybe it loses Vanguard. I always forget Vanguard exists, because it's just such a weird setup. I mean, I've heard the opinion bandied out a bunch of times that the things that would fix Vanguard would be changing the internal cooldown on Shield Bash. It's just like, we've got this tree that's built around stacking Shield Bashes and attack speed. It's like, okay, how many Shield Bashes can I do? 1 per second. Like, yeah, that's not gonna do it. That is insufficient. It's like, if you're gonna put all of my power in my shield, like, make it able to crit, give it expanded crit range, make it do a bunch of extra damage, and then it's like, and you can only hit once per second, while you're getting all sorts of extra bonus attack speed from your cores. It's like, I don't really know what we're doing here. So it's like an interesting little hybrid damage tank sort of thing, even though in theory you could build it either way. You could build it straight damage and just be Vanguard Knight of the Chalice, which presumably is how you would want to. Maybe, of course, you splash 11-ish into the tank tree just for a little bit of defenses if you're soloing. If you're not soloing, then, you know, maybe you don't care as much. Okay, we just back our way through things. Okay, hi. Elemy! Hello. Rune 1. And more remnant chests. Alright. Yellow is red, of course. I know these are the same every time, but I look at them every time because I never ended up memorizing them. I think it's yellow, red, blue, diamond. Okay, where are these guys going? There we go. Got him. So, yellow, red, blue, diamond. Probably. Possibly. Maybe. Joker. 30 lightning damage. It's fine. Yeah, it's yellow, red, blue, diamond. There's an optional over there. We're not going to bother with it. I don't know if my ally here was in range of my thingy. Of my action boost. Move speed. Sorry. Yellow, red, blue, triangle. Demon Soul. Please go away. Not that it matters, because these things ding when you get them to the right spot. So it's like, okay. I could look up where they are beforehand, or I could just turn them until they ding. Just in case. I say as I accidentally make it grab the ladder as we go. Oh, see? Just in case has worked out. This is why we make allowances for our own incompetence. Or our own... No, not incompetence. That's overstating it. Our own mistakes. If you never prepare, and because you assume that you're just going to do things perfectly, then, well, that works as long as you continue doing things perfectly, but sometimes it's worth putting in a little bit of effort for contingency plans. It's like, this will work amazing as long as everything works exactly as expected. But sometimes things don't work as expected, and it's worth putting in a little bit of effort to be like, okay, the most efficient way to do things, if everything goes well, is this route. We can save a lot of effort, of unnecessary effort on mitigation things, like we don't need to worry about them. We're just going to do it right and not worry about anything else. But then if something goes wrong, you end up with essentially just two ways things can go. Things can go either really well or really badly, because you haven't prepared for anything going badly. As opposed to if you do a little bit of prep, do a little bit of risk mitigation, then sure, things can still go really well, but it'll be a little bit harder to do so, just because you're going to have to put in the work for the just-in-case scenarios. But you're protected from the downside. Like, even if things go badly, they'll still go pretty okay. So, usually I consider that a worthwhile trade-off.
A ladder leads up to the surface and out of the bullywug's lair. You've escaped at last.
Off we go. I was hoping that I could get away with no more ads until the end, but I was down to like 3 minutes left for the next two quests, and I can't do both these quests in 3 minutes. So I hit the ad button, so that most of it will happen while we are running between quests, and like doing the grabbing the loot thing at the end. That said, Crocodile here is a pretty short quest, so people will get back in time for the boss fight, but probably not in time for all of the puzzles? We'll see.
Massive tracks in the mud lead to a dark...
And of course, not everyone gets ads. Or not everyone gets the full duration, even. So, I know on the YouTube side, I don't control the ads at all. If you get ads, if you don't get ads, it's completely out of my hands. Because YouTube doesn't give those sorts of controls to people until they have a lot more, like, subscriber count than I do. So I am too small for them to give me control of when stuff runs, so I don't get to control it, unfortunately. But on the Twitch side, at least can control it most of the time. But, you know, within limits. That side heavily incentivizes 3 minutes of ads per hour, and by heavily incentivizes, I mean they do kind of a carrot and the stick thing. And the stick is, if you don't do it, we're gonna just run ads anytime someone clicks on your stream as the first thing they see. And the carrot is, we won't beat you with the stick. This is how the carrot and the stick works with ads on Twitch. It is either you get the stick, or the carrot is you don't get the stick. Because that's just how things are. And I clicked on this one by mistake.
Another wave of Sahuagin surged from the wall.
This is a risky quest to hold down Eldritch Blast on, because you can remove your platforms if you're not careful, like I was just not careful. Oh, but you know, we do have a leap, so it's less of a concern. Our... may not perform this action underwater. The thing is, that is not going to actually heal him. He'll be dead again soon enough. That's only temporary health. This and that. This. I think this is the right solution to this puzzle.
The Sahuagin's barrier vanishes. The mage is now within your reach.
And the boss spawns and immediately one-shots the monk.
And charges again.
Unfortunate for him. Fortunately, it's a red shrine that spawns right there. Alright, we have one more quest in Saltmarsh.
Massive tracks in the mud lead to a dark and stinking den.
Which is over here at the campfire. Fire! And we're eligible to take level 6. Wouldn't you know it? So that should... This will be probably all the 3s we did, because we did Waterworks, we did Gatekeepers, and we did Saltmarsh. So we can go ahead and take 6. There's no other 3s that we need to be doing. Next would probably be... At level 6, we can either hit Three Barrel Cove, or... like, the other, I guess, quote-unquote, big one would be the Sharn Syndicate chain. But Sharn Syndicate chain is kind of weird. Like, there's Depths chain as well. A classic from that I've run a ton back when I was free to play. Before, like, a lot of these free quest pack things came out. Okay, off we go.
The smuggler explains that the Sahuagin have built several other shrines nearby. The closest one
Off we
is
go.
just to the southwest, across a small
To go fight more Sahuagin.
Two injured fisherfolk cower near the foot of the Sahuagin shrine, which pulses with cool energy.
We do need to take out the Arcanists first, because we haven't cast Shield, so we can just get lit up by arcane missiles pretty easily. Also, they're standing far away from things, so chain isn't doing anything, which is just very annoying for us. Alright, get the spear one. There's the Arcanist.
The fisherfolk thank you for
Excellent.
saving them. They point to an eerie glow in the distance to the west, near an abandoned
Cleared that one.
It's another Sahuagin shrine. This Sahuagin shrine also emanates an eerie energy. Whatever it's doing.
That's Spear Reaper. We want to get rid of that one. Skirmisher, want to get rid of that one. Well, I say, like, want to get rid of that one, like there are ones that we don't want to get rid of. Like, they've all got to die at some point. Cleric goes down. We're just trying to keep our little buddy here topped up with temp health, since He's having a rough go of it. One more? Yep, there's an Arcanist. Hey, I've read your cookbook. And, oh, there's one more over here. It's next to a Famine Reaper, too. And yes, I know that there's an optional over there. I am choosing not to do it. Skirmisher. All this way, eh? Yeah, champions, champions. Digimon, digital monsters. These are digital monsters, and that one did say he was a champion. So, is this the most ambitious crossover since the Avengers? Possibly. Some people are saying that. Probably, somewhere. I don't know who these people are, or where they are, or why they're saying that, but they probably exist. And yes, I was kiting them backwards towards the dots on the map. It's just like, there are ranged people around here that need to get killed. There's still a dot on the map there. But that's just a UI bug, I guess. Because that guy's definitely dead. Alright, good. This group is all going to come into melee. That makes things nicer and more convenient for me. And where are... Jump up. There's a ranged guy. Look that one. Now this is where our last build excelled. I could just like throw magic missiles at the random one dude standing on their own. But now, we're a little bit different. We want stuff all grouped up. That's a Plague Reaper. Excellent. Is that the last one for the boss? Alright, there you go. Mission leader. Roger, red leader. Or pink leader? Okay. We failed to destroy the second Sahuagin shrine. Oops. Let's go find that, shall we? I'm pretty sure we destroyed all the shrines, though, right? Is it bugged? I could have sworn that destroying the shrine is what caused the guys to be summoned. Alright, well, we'll do the optional because it's here. So, we're gonna backtrack. But I'm pretty sure we destroyed all of them. So, I guess it's bugged? Like we did something out of order and it didn't properly flag it? Because they don't spawn until you kill the shrines. I'm Googling for if it's a known bug. Some attacks can destroy it from long distance before it's active. Ah, okay. Alright, yeah, there's this post in the forums from 2025. Alright, we redo it. This is fine. Don't destroy the shrines from far away. Okay, cool. We have learned a bug.
Used this campsite to pass the night over the years.
You awake from a troubled dream filled with shouts and screams. Then you realize it wasn't a dream at all.
Alright.
Panic calls.
Locate the source of the screams. Protect the wayward smuggler. Alright, we're going to be very careful to only do quest objectives that have already appeared. Well, we probably don't need to be too careful. Because that's the first time I've seen it bug out like that, so... Odds of it bugging out like that again are low, as long as I just don't do the specific thing that we just looked up that makes it happen. Speak to the person. Alright, we spoke to the person. Locate across the bridge.
It's just to the southwest, across a small bridge.
Alright, we don't want to destroy it. We need to locate it. Now we need to destroy it. Boop.
Which pulses with evil energy. Better put a stop to that.
Alright, excellent. They're grouping up. Alright, so there's one with throwing spears from way over there. I think it's 3 or 4 waves each. So that's 2 waves. I think I got 2 more. Arcanist down. Alright, find the Saragan Shrine near the abandoned cart. This time, we are not going to destroy it until we walk up next to it. Oh, this one you need to be right next to before. Okay. I'm surprised I haven't bugged that before. To be honest. Like, if you need to walk all the way up to that before you destroy it, I am surprised I have not killed it. Like, I've done a lot of Inquisitive lives that I'm pretty sure I've shot that early before, but maybe it's only certain attacks. Maybe Eldritch Blast will break it, but there's like scripting in place to allow for straight up ranged attacks, like from a bow, won't bug it. Interesting. Right, one more set. There we go. Good, good. They're collapsing on me. They're collapsing on me. Less good is your Reaper. More good, the Reaper is dead. Locate the shrine near the burning bonfire. Okay. We're not going to destroy it. We're going to walk up to it first. Now we destroy it. Excellent. Ooh. Just melee in for 25. Arcanist goes away. Guess these are mostly warriors, but I see spears coming in from this direction. Skirmisher, go away. Ooh, remnant. Ooh, piece of candy. Got Skirmisher. Elemental Fury. Okay, alright. At the same time, you spot another shrine to the north.
At the same time, you spot another shrine to the north.
Locate first.
To destroy
now destroy.
One more Sahuagin shrine. You don't see any more. Sahuagin spring forth to make a desperate stand.
Okay, water elemental down. At least they nerfed certain champion types for things like water elementals, because there are a lot of things that used to, well, they still do, but champion types that do like extra elemental damage on hit used to stack things up way faster if they could do things like magic missile, anything of that nature that had multiple attacks. So, like Frost Lance that water elementals have, you would get just a ton of damage on every hit, and you would die very, very quickly. They put, I believe, some sort of internal cooldown on it.
A powerful Sahuagin. Clearly.
Or I might be misremembering. I forget if it's just the proc damage or it was the damage over time stacking. So things like Demon Soul, that every time they hit you, they put a stacking damage over time effect. Those were stacking on every hit. So you get like 5 stacks of this damage over time. And it's just like, wow. Now I get to die. Sucks to be me, I guess. Alright. But we have completed Saltmarsh.
It looks as though many travelers have used this campsite to pass the night over the years.
Alright, and we're going to recall now. You know what? I'm considering just claiming the saga immediately. So what level are we? We are just a little bit into 6. A little bit into 6, starting baseline level 5 quests. If we do Three Barrel Cove and Feywild, I'm gonna say I don't want to come back later. Even though this is probably the most wasteful time to do it, because this specific level range just has so much XP. Like, you go from Three Barrel Cove to Feywild to Isle of Dread to Lamordia. And if you just chain them back to back to back, way more than XP than you need. But it just depends on how early you start. And we were going to be starting a lot earlier, and then we turned in that quest, and now it's not starting quite so early. Okay, do these, level up as Warlock. We will take Meta Magic, skill feats, range feats. We'll take Empower. What do we get for Empower? We get one of these. We bypass fire resistance. Alright, I think we're done with Acolyte of the Skin now. It's like, so, do we want cores? Just like, okay, so if we get cores, if we just go up to 11 points total, so we get 1 more point in firepower, and we get Fiendish Form 2 and Fiendish Form 3, what do we get? Alright, so we get, what is that, 3 more fire and 1 universal. We'll get 9 max HP, and we'll get 9 fire resist. Yay. I mean, it's not the worst for 3 points, but still. Alternatively, we can start getting into Soul Eater. It'll take 2 levels, but we get up to Feeding Frenzy. So we can get a little bit of move speed. We'll be level 8 by then. But yeah. So, leveling is pretty smooth on Warlock, gotta say. Now, we get to talk about plans for the rest of the week. So, Plans for the week. Will we be streaming tomorrow? Maybe. There's something happening tomorrow that I might attend instead. But, if we're talking about plans... If you're just here from DDO and you don't know this other thing that we're doing, yes, Liesel, I know it's bedtime. I'll be there in a moment. But, let's just switch it. Yes, I know, thank you. Okay, so. We're doing a thing where every week we go forward 1 year and we're playing a bunch of games, going through gaming history, advancing as we go. Last week was 1998. We played Thief the Dark Project. We played Return to Krondor. And we played Half-Life. This is the icons actually mean things. So the ones with the camera are the ones that we actually ended up playing. The others are just stuff that was on the short list. So this week we're gonna play games like it's 1999. So we've got System Shock 2. We've got Tyrion 2000. We have Darkstone. We have Age of Empires and we have Outcast. I don't know exactly which ones we're going to do. I believe the first one that I want to get to is System Shock 2, just because it is such a big name and had such big impacts. And I know I bounced off of it before, but I want to try it again. So that will be probably either tomorrow or Tuesday. Yes, Liesel, I know. Thank you. You're being very polite, but still, you need to wait like 2 minutes. All right. So that is what we're going to be doing. For this week. The rest of the streams will probably be here for stuff in this 1999 block. But besides that, let's see about sending a raid out, because we do actually have viewers here. So who is online in DDO category? There is Art of Paw. They raided me last week, so perhaps it is time to hit them back. Although I don't think I've seen their stream before. So it looks like they are also at low levels because they have like nothing on their bars. So let's head over that way. Because they raided us last week. We'll hit them back. Sure, why not? And we were doing low-level stuff. They're doing low-level stuff. It's a good matchup. So, thank you everyone for being here. Blah, 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 calls to action. We talked about what we're doing next week for the rest of the week. Let's see. Like, comment, subscribe, etc., 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 all that stuff. You're on the internet. You know where the buttons are. You know what they do. If you want them to do the things that they do, you can click them. If not, then don't click them. So, but in either case, I appreciate you spending your time with me this evening, because there are many places on the internet you could be spending your time, and you've chosen to spend it with me, and I appreciate that. So, we're going to raid out to Art of Paw. And, yeah. So, once again, thank you everyone for being here. Let's see what Art of Paw is up to, and hope to see you later on this week. Good night.